All right, we're gonna get started, everyone. It's 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do a roll call, and then after we do roll call, if you're not speaking, if you could mute. I know
Okay.
somebody's TV is in the background.
In the soap opera hall.
So we'll do that real quick, and then hopefully someone will turn their TV down there. Okay. We'll get started. Kelsey or Kim or me or who do we have today taking notes?
Madam Chair, Kelsey's here.
Oh, hi, Kelsey. Welcome back.
Thanks.
All right. Do a roll call. I'm Annette Lutz, and I'm here. Tom, Neil, are you?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here.
Good morning.
Morning.
Doug Brusso.
Here.
Jim Davis.
Jim's here. Good morning.
Good morning. Scott Allen.
Good morning.
Frank Bergassa.
Good morning.
Good morning. Larry Danfilis.
Good morning.
Good morning, Larry. All right, we got a full house for reps. Let's see what alternates are here. Christopher Douglas. Okay. What about John Canady?
Good morning.
Good morning, John. Dean Hamilton? Or Dave Bergassa? Or Keith Trammell? Okay. What BSBI or OOD staff do we have this morning?
This is Greg. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Greg.
Morning.
Christy's here.
Morning, Christy.
And Mott's here.
Oh, good morning, Mott.
Good
This
morning.
is Amy.
Amy.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Rick's here.
Oh, good morning, Rick.
Morning.
Anybody else from OOD? All right, let's see what operators we have. Do we have anyone from Toledo? Excuse me. Sorry, anyone from Toledo? Or Cleveland?
Mark Messick.
Good morning, Mark. Anybody from Akron Canton? Okay, what about Zanesville?
Singer.
Good morning, Lisa. What about Columbus?
D.
Good morning, John.
Becky Chesser.
Oh, good morning, Becky. Anyone else from Columbus? Dayton? Anyone from Dayton? And what about Cincinnati?
Derek.
Good morning, Derek. We already had Mott. No one else from Cincinnati, home of the Reds. All right. What about, did we miss any operators? Did anyone believe they got missed?
This is Christopher Douglas. I'm just able to get in.
Oh, okay. Good
From
morning,
Cleveland.
Christopher.
Alternate. How you doing
Yes.
today?
Good. Anybody else? And do we have any other guests? Okay.
Madam Chair, before you begin,
Yes, Tom.
I'm working and I have a meeting with a sales rep here in a moment, but I will be participating in the entire meeting. If you could just give me an extra second to unmute myself, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Public comment. I did not receive any requests for public comment, but I will throw it out there if anybody would like to make one.
Hey, this is Mott. I'd like to make one.
Okay. Go right ahead, Mott. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, my public comments are always for the committee, they're addressed to the committee and not to the, and not to OOD. So, you know, I'm not talking to the agency, but to the committee. And I also don't need to have actual feedback for the comment, but if the committee, if I say anything that the committee finds that they could take up in any way that is helpful, they can talk about it at their convenience. Frank has been talking to me about the fact that the rules are getting very close to being able to be talked about in local meetings, I assume. And so I mentioned to Frank that in order for that to happen, of course, you'd have to have copies. So you'd have to have some kind of documentation out to the operators for these rules. And the type of documentation I think is very important. I think the operators, if putting it out there for them to review is not to be just a token gesture of something to check off the box, something that gets done on the way, but is really intended for them to make an informed consent concerning the rule package, then they need to have some help. Most operators are not familiar with the rules. Usually they are only familiar with the rules when they fall afoul of them in some way. And then they go, oh my gosh, what it really says that, you know. You know, of course, there are some exceptions, and that has mostly to do with the selection rule. Usually that's rule 3, and a lot of operators do know that better than some of the other ones. But overall, they're not extremely familiar with them, and then they usually get presented with a package of some kind, and then they're expected within a few days to come back and participate in a call, make an informed consent, and have something intelligent to say about them. Now, in the past, up to the last couple of rule packages, an attempt was made to help the operators by providing them with not just a copy of the rules as proposed, but a copy of the rules that showed what items had been deleted from the rules and the language that had been changed in the rules. Usually this was shown by dotted lines going through the parts that had been deleted and underlines through the parts that had been added or changed. Now, that's really the only way an operator that doesn't deal with this every day is going to know. Now, when we had 160, 170 operators in the program, we did always get these, get that type of documentation for the rules, the proposed rules. And I believe that now that we're down to less than 90 operators, there should be certainly time for that type of a document to be prepared to be distributed so that operators can make some kind of timely and intelligent and informed consent about whether they have any suggestions or objections to the rules. So, you know, with that in mind, if the committee would like to talk about that at some point in this process, I think that would be well worth their time spent to do that and to pass perhaps a recommendation that the Bureau, do the responsible thing and provide the operators what they need to be able to participate actively in this process. So, with that in mind, I thank everybody for their attention and have a good day making up these rules. I mean, that's your job. So, and I'm confident that you can do it. So go to it.
All right. Thank you, Mott. Is there anyone else
welcome.
who would like to make public comment?
Madam Chair, it's Laura Kolb. Yes, I would like to make one.
Okay, Laura, go ahead.
So most of you probably are aware, of you on the committee here are aware that February is Low Vision Awareness Month. And I wasn't going to make a comment anymore and call into these meetings anymore, but I decided that since the rules are being finished up today, that I should. And I'm really hoping something can be seriously addressed with Rule 14, because as you guys are aware, the program has been misusing the interpretation of the current rule to avoid and make it more cumbersome for operators to have due process, etc. I think as this pandemic has gone on and so forth, a lot of us have really seen some concerning things for when things do begin to operate, that business as normal is not going to be what it was before. Randolph-Shepherd programs throughout the country have been shrinking over the years, as well as have other opportunities and large employment opportunities for the blind, such as in medical transcription, associations for the blind that used to do manual labor type jobs, and jobs in radio and many other fields that used to be really where we could really compete for equal employment in a reasonable way. And so it's really sad to see Randolph-Shepherd shrink. I personally would not bid on a facility in this program, in Ohio's program, unless it was like a once a week rest area stop that I could do as a side hustle along with having a normal job somewhere else, working full time or running some kind of facility that requires a lot of security clearance and it's difficult to take time off or anything you need. It's really frustrating. And I feel like the committee even is slow to look at ways to modernize the program and allows the agency to use our self-employment status against us in justifying providing less services. Every time a new rules package comes out, they want to take away more responsibility from themselves and drop more of that on the operators. And society in general does not really have much of a place for this small of businesses unless it's, like I said, a side hustle to your normal job. These facilities, many of them have less than $100,000 in sales, can't afford the expenses they need, much less to accommodate for our disabilities. And that's really disappointing. I'd love to see things going in a different direction and see some change to modernize and preserve this opportunity, because 80% of people who are legally blind are currently unemployed. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Laura. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment? Okay. Well,
Yeah,
then
this is
I'm
Julie
sorry.
Russell. I just wanted you to know that the Russells are on.
Oh, good morning, Julie and Mike.
Good morning.
All right. There's no other public comment. We'll move on to the rules. So let's see how we want to do these. I guess we could go, we're not obviously not going to go line by line and stuff, but we can go rule to rule. Make sure see what we want to do, if there's anything that needs done with them, and hopefully if not, then we can look at putting out motions or whatever to pass them on to the next step. Does anyone have any suggestions or thoughts before we start on that? Or okay.
Madam Chair.
Oh yes, Doug.
Yeah, I agree with you. Taking it rule by rule, and are you suggesting that we as a committee vote on each rule?
Yes.
To move forward or not?
That would be my suggestion. If somebody else would like to, do it a different way, or have another suggestion of how to go about doing it, we're all ears.
Okay, well, I don't have anything.
Okay.
Well, Madam
What I sent you yesterday was my commentary on Rule 14, but outside of that, procedurally here, I like what you're saying.
Okay. Frank, did you
Madam
have
Chair.
some? Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say, as we get to the rule, if we have some suggestions or thoughts in particular sections, can we bring that up and
Oh,
take a look
absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
I know there's a couple of, I'll almost call them typos or, I think there's some insignificant type things in there, but there may be, I know of at least one significant thing that some of us had talked about in Rule 3 that we'll get to and chat about a little bit. Some of them I think are just things that got shuffled around with drafts and things like that that need tended to. And obviously, if somebody picked up on anything that they question, we'll do it. And obviously, with the exception of Rule 14, which we're still working on. Okay, Rule 1, definitions. Are there any comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes, John.
2 comments.
Okay.
Under accessible format, I feel that the computer software should be removed because by it being there, I can basically say, I want any software that you produce made available to the Mac for me, for example, because we can't just write computer software in any way everybody wants it. So I don't think that should be there. Obviously the software that is created should be accessible, but not everybody uses a PC, for example. That's my first one. And then my second one, under facility, it keeps talking about B shall do this, B shall do that, but there's nowhere that the OVRC or local committee is mentioned in that definition. And I think that should be added as well. That's all I got for that.
All right. The accessible format, honestly, I think, hold on, I'm reading it. I think it's okay myself, how it is, because in most places it says make effort to put things in accessible format and all that. I don't know, unless there's a place where it forces the format to be, and I don't know that there is.
It forces people to use a PC and not to be able to use a Mac if that's what they want to use. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't know that. I don't see that.
Well, BOPS is what I'm thinking of, for example, because BOPS is specifically written for the PC and cannot be used on the Mac. And if they're creating software for the PC, then someone could argue, well, that should be available on the Mac as well.
Well, probably should be.
So, Madam Chair.
Well, I agree, but.
Yes, Christy.
This is me. So I'm not reading the way John reads into this. What I'm reading, and I'm trying to pull up my rules right now here. This is in the current rule. And what I'm saying is that any type of information or any interaction that we interact with the operators, the program does, the program produces, that we're responsible for ensuring accessibility. And if we were to create any type of, whether it be OBG, whether it be, any type of BOPS, whatnot, it should be accessible. I'm not saying that people and we still have operators that are not computer savvy, that they have to be computer savvy and they have to use computers. If their preferred format, again, continues to be Braille and not email or not, that's fine. They can still have that. I think that this is a protection that we ensure that everything is accessible and that, there's certain things and why we don't, we're still working on it. Some of the reports, like in Tableau, they're not accessible. So we have to export that stuff into Excel for you guys to be able to do it. Now, I know Tableau is working on it, but if we take that out, then we're not responsible for ensuring that reports are accessible. And I don't think that that's what you guys want.
No, I agree with you, Christy. I do. And so, anyone else have any other thoughts on the accessible? All right, and then the facility.
Derek.
Oh, go ahead, Derek.
Well, I don't have anything to say about that. I agree with what's being said, but I want to offer. I'll be following along with the versions of the rules that we're working on today. If you need a reader, I'm available for that purpose, and I'll keep up so that it's immediately accessible if you need that or want that.
I appreciate that, Derek. And when we do get to 14, which will probably be a little while from now, I was going to ask you about the draft that I sent, and that one word I did change. So when you read it. Facility, then John brought up, means, and this is just referring to what a facility is, nothing else about. I think it's okay. Anyone else have any other thoughts about the definitions or?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, John. Or I'm sorry, Frank.
I think we should take a look at the definition of professional manner. That is pretty, as the draft version of it is pretty broad and pretty open to interpretation, I believe.
Okay, right now it says professional manner means upholding standards of professionalism and customer service, demonstrating consistent sound fiscal management and practices, and exhibiting conduct and behavior that brings credit both to the operator and to the business enterprise program.
Hi.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Doug.
Frank, I must say, I don't know what you mean. Can you expound on what you're saying? I think it's fine the way it reads right now, and it's pretty clear.
Well, I believe that that's going to mean a lot of different things, or can be interpreted by a lot of different people in quite a few different ways. Anyway, I'm going to.
Such as.
Well,
I'm just trying to get to what your thoughts are here, but because I can see where you're saying that it's pretty broad, but do you want to say something like all operators will wear a suit and tie to work, that sort of thing?
I'm sorry, Doug. I didn't. Were you asking me a question?
Yeah, I was asking you. Are you wanting this definition to be so tight as to say, for example, an operator must wear a suit and tie to work every day?
No, but there's some different, a lot of things listed in that, and I guess the one thing I will say, when we're running our facility in a professional manner, by default, we should be giving credit to the BE program. I don't know how so that's the one area where, from my perspective, I think the one we have now is a little bit more, dialed in than this one is, but it's going to be up to the full committee.
Yeah.
To decide that, not just me. But I was just offering it up for a discussion to see if we wanted to. It also impacts Rule 4, A4, and I don't have that right in front of me. But that was the other point that we made a note of to. So.
Where this comes into play is exactly right. It's in Rule 4. Professional manner is one of the obligations of the operator to conduct their business in a professional manner. That goes back to this definition of what that means. And where that really affects people is if it is determined they're not doing that, then that opens people up to Rule 10, which is a PIP. I would guess the only thing that would give me pause to this thing is brings credit both to the operator and to the business enterprise program. Well, bringing credit, I mean, there's bad credit as well as good. I could argue. So I think it's kind of a vague phraseology that's in there that I could kind of see. I mean, that's the argument I would make if somebody accused me of not doing it. The first thing I would say is, well, it says bring credit. Well, it don't say what kind. So I guess that would be a little pause, I would think. I know what they're trying to say, and the philosophy of it I don't have a problem with. Because people should be, professional. And I think we have, we'll obviously go through Rule 10, but I think we have the protections there to try and keep that from being abused. But the phraseology, I think, just is a little strange, and have thought that, but anyone have
Derek?
any other? Oh, yes, Derek.
Well, I agree with what Frank's bringing up, and I agree with you, Annette, that the problem does lie in the last half of the sentence, in that it says exhibiting conduct and behavior that brings credit both to the operator and the business enterprise program. That goes beyond a professional. I think that includes other things that aren't necessarily related to professionalism or professional manner. And I think the resolution to this might be to just strike that phrase, because it still does what they want, but it doesn't open the door for other things not related to professionalism to be brought into question, since it is tied to Rule 10. And it's vague and subjective, and there's some of the other things. Yes, they're still subjective, but this is so broadly subjective that it's not really usable in the sense that this definition intends, which is also for the purpose of Rule 10.
And for the Bureau's benefit, I don't know that it's defendable.
So, Madam Chair,
yes.
This is Christy. And I'm a little frustrated because I think we've discussed this like at least 3 or 4 times. It is subjective. We cannot necessarily put every little thing that what falls under this. But again, when we get to Rule 10, when we get to PIPs, I think that there's enough in there that we're all going to work together on a PIP. Again, let me remind everyone that this did come into play at an ODOT facility in November, and that was not that would fit under here, clearly fit under here. Again, it all worked out in the end, but that would be an example. We could spend probably a month trying to figure out examples and specifics of what would fit under here, what would not fit under here. Again, the way it's currently in the current rules right now is exemplifying methods, character, and standards of a business person, which includes demonstrating sound fiscal management practice. I think how we created it, it's a little bit better than what it is right now. But again, I think that I don't, maybe the fear is that like someone, I don't know what the fear is, that someone wears an inappropriate t-shirt or a t-shirt in general, and that then that's going to be the reason that they're on a PIP or something. And I don't see where that's going to happen.
Well, my point was, and you brought up the example from the ODOT facility, that individual did bring credit to the program. It was bad. It was bad credit. But that sentence, but he probably wouldn't have followed through with this beginning part of it. But that last part, he by this definition, he didn't do anything wrong with this definition. Because all it says is that brings credit both to the operator and to the business enterprise program. So
So, Madam Chair, maybe the word credit is what you, maybe we can change that. In exhibiting conduct and behavior that is negative to the operator in the business enterprise program.
Well,
Would
it'd
that
be
be better?
positive. We would want positive, because the rule would say, you know, we don't want the
got it.
negative. Yeah, we don't want the negative. We would want the positive.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Doug.
what if we put the word good before credit?
Yeah, that's an idea.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Tom.
is there going to be like a smile quota? If I'm not smiling at every one of my customers, is it going to be determined that I'm not acting in a way that furthers BE's? This is kind of it's an arbitrary statement that's going to have someone's personal judgment attached to it to evaluate whether or not I complied with it. And without having a broad definition or a very specific definition of exactly what we're going for, I'm not sure why we're once again trying to add a rule for one particular situation that hadn't occurred in all the years of our program.
So, Madam Chair, we want professional manner in there. Now, the actual verbiage around it, the professional manner, we feel strong needs to be in there.
Madam Chair, I'm not saying take out professional manner. I'm just saying the phraseology in the one part of this at the second, you guys know what I'm talking about. And the other, like Tom said about smiling, and the other thing, you get what I was saying was it's going to mean different things I'll use consultants as an example. One consultant may read that and say to Frank or Tom, well, when you guys are at the rest area serving machines, you guys better have on a suit and tie and dress shoes, and because if you don't, then you're not bringing credit to the program. Or
Madam Chair.
Let Frank finish his thoughts, and then go ahead.
And it
Frank.
could even get crazier with some other things. So I don't have a problem with the first part I don't think anybody else does either, because it spells out exactly what they're looking at and what they're talking about. Anyway, I'm going to stop there. I'll let Greg speak.
Okay, go ahead, Greg.
So, we've discussed this and gone over these definitions multiple times over the last couple of years. We've talked about this one a lot. And so, it's a little frustrating that we're here and we're having this discussion. So, to address a couple things, again, it's about, what operators and what the staff do reflect on the program. So, again, and, the examples of a suit and tie and a t-shirt, and I know the argument, I'm not here, you don't know who's going to be here, but that's, I feel like that's taking this to the extreme of what can happen, and we can do that all day long across all these rules. And, we try to make something that is encompassing, but, we can't write a rule for everything. And so the other piece is that this is about a PIP, so it needs to be a pattern of behavior, and it works with the local committee. So there is no, if Sally is all of a sudden telling Frank he's got to wear cufflinks and a tie tack, there's a process that would also stop that. On top of, if you let Christy or I know that somebody was going rogue and creating their own dress code and doing things, we would deal with that with our individual employee. So, I guess I'm concerned that we're, 36 minutes in and we're still, we're going a lot of definition phrasing. And I guess if there's a piece of it, I guess I would like to hear what language would you like to see in it as an example, because you know, we thought we had landed, and we'd agreed at a few meetings ago on which ones that we agreed were done, and not that I'm not trying to shut down all conversation, but I guess, you know, if there are some concerns, what is your suggested language, or what is there something that we can talk about specifically? Because you know, we're coming from the space that this was to look at, you know, for some typos, that there was you know, a question about how we got to something, but I feel like we're reprocessing the rule again at this point, which we had already done, and I thought we'd agreed that we were in a good spot with these. So I will yield the floor.
Thanks, Greg. Any thoughts, anyone, or?
Madam Chair, I think Derek's suggestion might be the best one, to just remove that. Can we hear the first part of that again without the?
The professional manner means upholding standards of professionalism and customer service, demonstrating consistent, sound fiscal management and practices, and exhibiting conduct and behavior that brings credit both to the operator and to the business enterprise program.
Madam Chair, I see nothing wrong with that. I think that's pretty clear and concise. Like I say, maybe we should put to define what kind of credit, maybe we should just put the word good before credit.
Madam Chair, I agree with Doug. I think, I mean, instead of good, I'd use positive, though, maybe. But I don't really see anything wrong with it either.
Any other thoughts, anyone?
Madam Chair?
Yeah, I didn't hear who that was.
It's John.
Oh, John, go ahead.
It just, you know, and I apologize. I don't know that I was actually on the committee when this part was discussed, but, and I don't want to throw a big wrinkle into it, but instead of the word credit, how about attention? Brings attention to, you know, that could be, you know.
No, John, I don't think so, because it once again, it could be bad.
Well, it's up for interpretation. I mean, you know, just like good or bad credit, you know, like you said, it's just, you know, I think bringing attention to the program could be, you know, again, good or bad. You know, mostly positive, but again, like I said, I digress. I'm you know.
Yeah, because the way the rule reads in Rule 4, it says you have to be, you know, conduct your business in a professional manner. So this definition is trying to describe what that is. So we obviously want it to be, whatever it is, we want it to be positive.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I like positive credit, and then other than that, I think it stands on itself.
I think so too. I think it's, you know, we as long as we have the protections in Rule 10 to keep it from being abused, I think it's fine.
Derek?
Yes, Derek.
I mean, my recommendation would be to eliminate everything after the comma that talks about exhibiting conduct and behavior that brings credit. Because professional manner, you're defining it as the first and foremost and most important part is upholding standards of professionalism. So you've already covered that. So anything you want to cover with this other statement is already covered in the first half of the sentence. But in the second half of the sentence, it seems like you're trying to require something. You're requiring me to do something other than be neutral about what I do relative to not the status, but the perception of the program and myself. And I think that's dangerous. So I think just eliminating that half of the sentence doesn't change the effect of the rule that's intended, but it does eliminate any possibility for something more than what's intended by the rule.
Madam Chair?
Yes, John.
I just want to say, I personally, as a business owner, want positive attention given to me by my customers, for example. So I think that's a good thing to have that in there for us to be positive and not just neutral.
Derek?
Well, I see what Derek's saying. We want to strive to be above, but we don't want it to be held against somebody if they're not, and that's where the concern lies. I see where the concern lies. I do. I see where, because when people don't want somebody to be interpreted because you're not, giving so much money to donation to charity or something like that that would reflect nicely on our operator in the program. I'm just throwing things out there that they're not. I think what Derek's trying to say is this thing is telling everyone they have to go above and beyond professionalism to be professional manner by this definition.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I would say that I agree. The second part of that sentence I think it accomplishes what they want to accomplish with the first part of it, and with the things that are listed there, and then we stop, and I think we get to the same place. But anyway,
could we just do this? Professional manner means upholding standards and professionalism of, I think it says and customer service. I think it should be of customer service, demonstrating consistent sound fiscal management and practices and exhibiting positive conduct and behavior, period. And get rid of this whole credit garbage.
I don't have an issue with that. I think that sounded pretty good. Anybody else?
I go with that as well.
Bureau
Madam
folks,
Chair,
you
could
guys
you read
good
that
with
again, please?
I would say professional manner means upholding standards of professionalism and customer service, demonstrating consistent sound fiscal management and practices, and exhibiting positive conduct and behavior, period. And get rid of this credit stuff that's very subjective.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Madam Chair, it's fine. We don't think it literally changes anything. And again, I think you guys are reading way too much into it, the positive credit. It was pretty much simply doing your job is bringing positive credit to the program. I think we were reading into it too much, but we'll change it and we can move on.
Okay. Anything else with Rule 1? Definitions. Okay, well, with that change, does anyone want to move to accept?
I so move that we accept Rule 1.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any more discussion on Rule 1? All right, we'll vote for it. Doug?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Jim? Uh-oh, did we lose Jim? What about Larry?
Yes.
Hey, Jim, are you there? All right, well, it passed.
Hey, Madam Chair.
Okay.
We move to accept it. We're accepting it as a draft rule, correct?
Yes. These are all just drafts that we're moving forward with to go to the meetings. We should probably make that clear in the minutes, that's what we are, unless somebody has a different thought, that the committee is comfortable moving forward with the next steps.
Madam Chair, with
to
the
take
next
it to a
motion,
vote.
I think we should use the language that the committee moves to accept the draft rule and then such and such.
Okay, yes, that sounds good. All right. Appendix A. Any thoughts or concerns? Okay, or a motion? Are there any questions, thoughts, concerns, or a motion to accept the draft Appendix A?
I so move.
Okay, Doug, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion on Appendix A? All right, we'll call for the vote. Doug?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
And Jim, are you back with us? Okay. We'll find out if Jim's there at some point. All right. We got one rule done, y'all. And an appendix. Rule 2. Eligibility for business enterprise training and licensure. Any thoughts or comments, questions about Rule 2? Okay, is there a motion to accept the draft of Rule 2 to move forward?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to accept the draft of Rule 2.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion on moving forward with Rule 2? All right.
Madam
Vote.
Chair, before you call for the vote, I apologize.
Yes.
It took me a second.
Okay. Go ahead.
Frank, Derek, we had some talk the other day and there were some notes, but I'm working right now and I don't have access to any notes. So if anybody can remember something that was talked about that we wanted to clarify or adjust a little bit, please speak up, because I'm not in a good position to do it right now, and I don't like voting on things without being 100% certain that's what I want.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I know me and Derek went through all of these pretty much, and I don't have any notes for Rule 2. I don't think it looked pretty boilerplate, pretty standard and straightforward. And I didn't see any, if there was a change, it wasn't anything that was hardly noticeable.
Yeah, earth-shattering. Okay. Any more talk about discussion for Rule 2? Okay, for the vote, Frank?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Let's see, Scott?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
And Jim, if you're here? Okay, I think Jim's gone. All right, Rule 2 is moving forward.
It's easier to push out that door than pull in.
All right, Rule 3. Now, we had some, I don't know if the other folks had.
Went out the door with a cart.
Rule 3.
Maybe.
Tom, you're not muted.
Sorry.
That's okay. Christy, did you do it? Christy and I talked about the site part of Rule 3. A couple of you brought to my attention, and I brought it to Christy's attention, that there was a problem with the site attachment part of Rule 3, which is at the very end of the rule.
Yeah, J1, 2, and 3, I believe.
Yeah. Jay says, when there is more than one eligible applicant for a site, the selection panel shall evaluate each eligible applicant and award the site based on a majority vote after considering the net incomes of each facility or sites, the distance of the site from a licensee's existing facility, and similarities between the type of operation or products sold in an applicant's existing facility or sites. And I know one big concern was the differences in our current site attachment, but the big thing that really jumped at me personally was the majority vote. How do you get to a majority vote? I mean, with people, you have 3 people evaluating, say, 4 or 5 applicants. What makes them get to a majority vote on somebody? Just back and forth discussion, you know, they shuffle cards, they draw names, they talked about these things, and then all 3 people like one, you know, each of them like different people. So,
Madam Chair,
yes, Tom.
because of these kind of things, what does everybody think about? Let's pull the site attachment stuff back out of the rules. Let's keep it as a policy. Let's keep working on it. It works just fine as a policy. We've had grievances that have been not adversely impacted by it being a policy instead of a rule. But we took a policy that we had, we threw it out. The reason we had the policy was to try to tweak it. We threw that out and wrote a completely new section. Instead of testing it, we're putting it right in the rules. And this is just one unforeseen consequence of that. And there may be more. So does anybody want to entertain discussion of that solution?
Say that again, Tom. I didn't quite comprehend all of it.
Somebody else could probably put it to you a little more succinctly, Doug.
Tom's suggestion is we leave the site attachment as a policy and not have it in the rule.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Sally.
this is Sally.
Yes.
Why don't we just do it how we do it now? I mean, we either talk it through, you know, as a selection panel, or, you know, we could still draw a lot.
Well, that's what somebody suggested. Either we take it out of the rule or we should use the policy we have in place. This changing it thing, and we all went through this, and I'll give credit to folks who kind of found this and pointed it out. The change in it's a problem because it is untested, it's unthought through, and we just found one problem right off the bat. So, Sally, you're right. Either we should take it out completely and leave it a policy, or we should put what we're currently using into the rule.
I like using it as a policy, not a rule.
Madam Chair, it's
Yes,
Christy.
Christy.
I don't like the policy idea. I don't like 2 places for people to have to go look for stuff. The whole thing with the policy was to get us to when we were going to do the rule revision. I like it in rule, but I think everyone has to agree to it in rule, and I'm fine with pulling that policy and putting in the stuff to shore it up so it's just like it is right now in policy, but it's in rule.
Okay.
Well, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be a wrench in the works here, but the reason we kept it as a policy was to change what didn't work, and we have just recently made some changes to the policy. So I'm not comfortable putting it into rule yet because it still hasn't worked out its kinks. Again, unless I'm alone in that, and if I'm alone, I'll go with the majority. But I feel like we never did come up with something we thought did the best job we could do.
Yeah. How long's the current thing we're using? Not the site attachment policy, but the current revision of it that we're using now. How long have we been doing that?
Madam Chair, I believe since 2017, it was distributed. It wasn't, because remember, it used to be, and it changed a little bit, but it used to be like some memo from Steve Moore. And just to remind everyone, there is an active, on the books, arbitration at RSA over this. And that's, again, why I really would like it to be in rule. I think that this is a big thing, how you do site, how you, figure out how to award sites should be a rule. It shouldn't be a policy that, you know, can change.
Is that, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Frank.
Madam Chair, I will, well, first I'm going to say, I do like it better as a policy, because if we run into issues with it, we're able to change it. Once we put it into rule, once it's in the rule and goes through, if there's a glitch or a problem, then we're stuck with it for as long as that, you know, as long as that rule is effect. But having said that, I heard Christy say something about an arbitration. Is that within Ohio, or is that, I was just curious.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's in Ohio.
Frank, it's the one you and I talked about. The one that you and I were part of.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay. I thought that was done and over with.
No, it went to arbitration.
Madam Chair, it's Greg.
Yes, Greg.
So I think, and if I'm hearing everybody correctly, I think part of the concern, and it's probably historical, and I know in the past, under previous chief legal counsels, our agency was reluctance, not even the right word. It was pretty much, unless it was a dire illegal thing, we were not reopening rules within the 5-year time period. But you know, our current and how we're looking at it now is that if there's something that's not working, you know, we will open the rule and fix it, so that we can have all of our rules in one place and not have policies out here, rules over here. So I think, you know, if we're looking at, you know, if there's a policy we've been using since 2017, I believe I heard, if we can just take that policy and make it the rule, because we feel like it's working, or if there, you know, and then as with anything, if there's an issue, you know, we are willing to reopen it and adapt and change these rules if there's something that's causing a problem. So I don't know if some of the concern is that in the past we wouldn't change things, so leaving this a policy. But if it's been a policy for 3 years now and we like the policy and how it's going, can we just make that policy the rule then, and not try anything new at this time?
I'm okay with that. I'm not going to go to the mat whether it should be a policy or a rule. I'll, you know, whatever the majority wants, I'm good with that. We know that that was written in here, we see some problems with, and that's on all of us. I mean, that's why I know folks are frustrated that people bring up things that we've been through. Well, every one of us have been through this multiple times, and we've came across this. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it takes 20 times to read something to find a problem with it, and this we did. So I guess.
Was Derek asking for? I can't remember. I thought I heard.
I didn't hear Derek.
I said Derek. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Derek. I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I thought you had something to say before I did, and I thought you were. I was waiting for you to finish up. No, I mean, you can't imagine that I'm not going to say something about the site attachment policy. So I believe that the recognition of what's proposed in the rules is not adequate to the task and shouldn't be there no matter what. I do believe that the site attachment policy has been in existence for 11 years, and it was just, you know, almost a little over 3 years ago, we made a change after, you know, taking it to a small group and then getting input from all operators and then bringing it to the committee, and the committee did agree, and they made the one change, and they also, along with that, they directed that when the rules were open again, it should be placed in the rules. So it's a tried and true. It's been working for 11 years. There's no reason not to put it in the rule. I mean, you could, if you want to say we have to be able to change things on the fly or whatever, you could say that about anything, including Rule 3 in its entirety. And every time we do the rules, we change it. And in this case, we've changed the selection process drastically. and it's untrue, it's untested. So I think it's foolhardy to say that you don't need to have it in the rule because you might need to tweak it. It's been here longer than any selection rule has ever been in existence, as far as I know. So that's my input.
Okay. So what's everyone think about taking the current policy and sliding it into the rule? I would think the exception would be how to apply for one, because that's the current rule here, or I mean the current draft rule. You got to go through the whole application process and all that rigmarole to apply for a site. So,
Madam Chair, I guess just a point, if I may.
yes, Tom.
I'll vote for this to be added to the rules, but I do not believe this works the best it could work. I do not believe that selections always come out the way they should come out. And I do believe it needs some work, but we got to go somewhere. And like Derek said, it's worked well enough, but it's far from perfect.
Okay, so now that's a significant change. If everybody's in agreement that to put the current site attachment policy into the rule, to scrap this J that's in here now and put the current site attachment into the rule, I guess we should probably see some language from that before we move forward, because that's a pretty significant difference than this draft, I would think. So I honestly, until we saw the draft, wouldn't feel comfortable passing it through.
You say you are comfortable passing it through?
No, I would not feel comfortable passing it through until we see the language of the draft with that.
Do you need a motion to?
I would not think so. Unless somebody wants to, I mean, that's just my opinion. If the committee feels that it should go through, don't let my opinion be the only one speaking.
No, I'd like to see language too. I just wondered if we needed a motion to authorize that.
Right. That's
either way.
Annette, this is Ethan.
Yes, Ethan.
Since this is, I agree with actually Frank there that, or Doug, that there needs to be a motion put on this to either table it until a finalized rule is sent to the committee, just because we are trying to go through and approve all the rules today. So I would suggest doing a motion just for the record of the meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Ethan.
Yes.
Then I move that we table Rule 3 until such time as language can be put before the OVRC for their consideration.
I would say concerning well, Doug, I'm going to ask you to hold off on that motion just a second.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do we have any other things in Rule 3?
Bear with me one.
Okay.
I don't think it was anything.
Before we make that motion, Doug, we want to make sure that's not all.
Yeah.
I had two very simple things, Madam Chair, that I don't think are going to take. And this was just, it says, I guess, in our draft opening day cash requirement, and I put a question mark by that, and my thought was, should it say opening day cash recommendation? I mean, do we requirement recommendation? I don't know if we want to make a distinction or not, but I was just throwing that out there for consideration. And the only other thing was in the facility announcement, part of that was add the gross profit dollar percent, whatever, as a part of it. I don't think that's any extra work. I think it's pretty much right there. So is it being prepared anyway? But And the only reason for that is when you're reading a facility announcement, I don't believe there can ever be too much information.
So this is in Rule 3. What's the letter I'm looking for? B. 3, Rule 3B. Description of the facility. Christy, if you're looking at it, 3B7, which would be recommendation instead of requirement, is the thought. And I don't know if the rest of the committee on thinking this too. And then 9, to add gross profit as well. Those are the 2 things that Frank. Any other thoughts on that, or what are people thinking? Or I don't have a problem with it either way.
So, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
You know, part of my issue on some of this is it is an estimate, like, but again, we've had people show up to opening day with nowhere close to what they needed to be there either. So you've got that part of it as well.
You know, that's a good point. It doesn't need to be the exact amount, but you're right. People should, when they show up, they should show up with some money. I can't dispute that. Frank, you?
I was going to say maybe we should call it that, say it's an estimate, but an estimate means it could be higher or lower. You know, anyway, I don't know. I was just, and it's up to the full committee. It's not completely up to me. It's, you know, we can leave it at requirement if we want to, but I just thought it should be a recommend. I probably had always used the word recommendation, but anyway.
Yeah. I think requirement honestly tells people more what's expected. Now that I'm thinking more about it. Who was that chimed in?
It was Scott.
Oh, Scott, go ahead.
The only thing I would say is, I mean, either requirement or minimum. I mean, you know, each operator has a different philosophy on what their minimum is, but, you know, we just want the applicants, you know, who's taking over a facility or site to be adequately prepared. That's all.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. I have yet, well, I won't say all of them, but the vast majority of vacancy announcements you see, that number is very low, in my opinion.
Yeah.
For, it is.
That's why I was
minimum.
thinking limit or minimum.
Yeah, it is. I think it's.
So, Madam Chair, I
Yeah.
like Scott's suggestion. So what if we put an opening day minimum cash requirement? I'm fine with the word minimum. So
That's cool.
Takes care of that piece of it. I don't know what's the other.
Putting gross in with the report, number 9. Right now it says, if available, the reported yearly total receipts and net proceeds for 3 preceding calendar years. His suggestion was to put gross.
Just
gross instead of in addition to that.
In
So
addition to that.
total receipts and
Correct.
gross and net proceeds. Okay, done.
Okay, cool.
Derek,
Yes, Derek.
I want to go back to the requirement thing, and I want to.
Derek, just so you know, we can't hear you hardly.
Okay. Okay, you got me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. I apologize. I hope you heard me earlier. But anyway, so the requirement thing is dangerous. Here's what I want. And in the current rule, it does talk about opening day cash recommendation and or additional initial operating expenses. And by putting the word requirement, even if it's minimum, first of all, who's going to determine what's the required amount? And second of all, what happens if the requirement is $3,000 of opening cash? What happens if the person shows up with $2,000? Are they placed on a PIP? Are they not allowed to enter into the contract and take over the facility? What happens? By making it a requirement, you're changing the effect greatly, what that rule means. So be careful. And I understand and I appreciate the desire for operators, but you need to figure out how are you going to determine what is a required amount and how are you going to handle if they don't meet the requirement. You have to deal with that if you're going to change this that substantially.
I'll disagree with you, Derek. I don't think it's a substantial change. I'll be honest with you. Nothing happens to them because there's nothing in the rules that allows anything to happen to them. I mean, a PIP they'd have to show up to a pattern's worth of facilities to even be considered for that. And there's nothing in here that says that they don't show up with a vehicle and a driver, or off-site storage, or any of the other myriad of things that a vacancy announcement says you should have.
So the purpose of the word requirement is to emphasize that you should show up with the amount of money we've suggested.
Yes.
I still think it's dangerous to have the word required in there because it can be misused at some point by someone and can affect adversely an operator. And if it doesn't matter, if all you're wanting to do is emphasize it, use the language strongly recommended, but don't use required because that can have an effect greater than what you anticipate or that you suspect might occur.
I just don't know how, but go ahead, Tom.
To say we have a requirement in our rules and then there's no consequences for violating that requirement, it seems kind of pointless. So if you can't do anything to anyone for violating a requirement, it's not really a requirement, it's more of a suggestion. And also, if it's going to be a requirement, that means it somehow has to be verifiable. So now are we going to have an inspection of opening cash as part of a facility transition?
No. I'm sorry. You guys are reading way too much into it. You really are. And I don't want to sound grumpy, but we require a vehicle. We're not going out and putting people on PIPs because they don't have a vehicle. We're not inspecting the vehicle. We require all kinds of stuff in the rules. This is just telling people in order to get your machines or your cash drawer up and running, this is the minimum amount of money you're going to need. The requirement is that.
But we already have in a notice for a facility, it says recommended opening day cash, and it's up to you to make sure you've got enough money to run the business. So why are we now trying to change it and say you guys clearly can't run your businesses? We're going to tell you how.
Derek?
Yes, Derek.
There is no requirement to have a vehicle. There is no requirement to have an employee. None of those things are required in the rules for you to do.
Okay.
They're only things that are listed in the
I don't see the harm, but I'm not going to fight anybody on it. I just don't see the difference between recommendation and requirement. I just don't, because there's no
If there's no harm, why is it necessary to change from what the current rule is to a new definition? Mainly required.
So, Madam Chair, I'll answer this because we've had issues where we've put in there how much people should come to the table, and they came instead of with $2,000, and we underestimate. Like we make it like $35 a machine, and they came with like $50, and this has happened multiple times. And to start off a new person or, a new person at a facility, not like a brand new operator, but, we're getting this business up and running, and to have people not be able to use vending machines because there isn't enough cash in them is a problem. It's a problem. And so,
Madam Chair,
minimum
I'm
cash
sorry.
Let her finish.
I apologize.
Minimum cash requirement, I think, is it's very important, because if you make it optional, people are going to, they're going to, well, I don't have to do it. I like required. Now, is there consequences to that? No, it has to, again, be a pattern, but it's very clear on the posting and what you're supposed to have. It's not, if someone's like, well, I don't have, like, what if it's a big cafeteria, and you're supposed to have X amount of cash on hand, and you're like, well, I don't have $3,000 or $4,000, but I'm going to put in for it anyway because it's not a requirement, and I'll try to make it work. I think that again, I understand you guys are trying to protect operators, but I'm trying to protect operators on the other side where, don't get into a situation that you can't do, and also protect the business and the customer service level.
More notifications. Go ahead, Tom.
I think right there we just heard that this does plan to be enforced. There is a plan to try and enforce this somehow, and the intention of this is to keep people who can't afford to take over a facility from transitioning into one. And I would never support something like that. If an operator wants to take over, if I'm coming from a building that has 3 snack machines, and I've been losing my butt out here, and a facility comes along, say Akron U, and it's going to require $7,000 in opening cash. Well, I don't have that opening cash, but I've got enough to get going. Say I've got $2,500. If I, as the operator, want to go out there every day and take that money that ends up in those coin bids and move it to the coin mechs that need it to keep that facility going, I will now be not allowed to bid, or I will be violating something in our rules if I bid on a facility knowing that I don't have as much cash as the bureau said I should have. But it would have been, if you do it the way I just suggested, there's no interruption to the grantor. Yes, the operator has to work a little bit harder, but now we're making it to where only people with money can bid on things, and I don't know how I would feel about that.
So, Madam Chair, and I'm not getting into this, but we have 4 or 5 names where this has not gone. And Tom, you cannot say that people are going to run the business like you do.
I don't think it says that people can't bid. I just don't. I don't know. It's not the program requiring it. It's the vending machines and the business that's requiring it. In order to be operational, you got to have this much money.
Right. I think, Madam Chair, I think the fear with saying requirement is if it's, and let's say it's just vending and it's coin mechs and, and let's say the opening cash is, we'll say, maybe it's a lot of machines, we'll say $3,000. And if somebody goes, well, I don't have 3,000, but I've got 2,500 of it. I think the fear with having it written in there as requirement is that, and I don't know that Christy or Sally or Greg would go down that road, but it's one of these things that kind of locks us into, at some point we could get to where anybody could go, well, it says 3,000, so no, you're not getting this facility, we're not even going to sign a bureau operator agreement, even though you have the majority of the money. I think that's where, and that was my initial note was I thought, currently we said opening day cash recommendation, and that's why I had questioned it and wanted to know why the change to requirement. And I think that's where this goes. Anyway, I see what Derek's saying. I see what Tom is saying. So there is concern. I'm concerned about it too, but I'm not sure where we go with this unless we leave it the same, as it is currently.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Sally, and then Scott, I think it was.
In my opinion, I think this is to protect operators, A, from getting in over their heads, and B, from going on a PIP, because often if they don't have the money when they transition into a facility, it's going to take an extended period of time for them to get enough to fill the coin mechs. And so that then becomes a performance issue because the machines are empty, the grantors are complaining that the machines are no longer in service. So I tend to think of it more as a protection for an operator. Just my
Thanks,
opinion.
Ellie. Scott, was that you? I think you were.
Yeah. What about just minimum recommendation? Can we agree on that part?
I don't think the Bureau's willing to. They like requirement, and I don't know. Let them speak for themselves, I guess. But I don't care either way. I don't think it's the big deal that it's being portrayed to be, but maybe I'm just not seeing it.
Derek?
Yes, Derek.
I believe that it should be a requirement, but I don't believe that requirements without standards is appropriate. I agree with Christy. I agree with what Sally just said. Requiring it is a protection of the operator in that they don't get themselves in over their head. But making it a requirement requires a standard to be set that addresses things like what Tom brought up. I mean, you have to figure out what should be the minimum amount that's required, and those kinds of those. So that's all I'm saying. And when you want to change things, there's reasons for changing them. And in this case, I agree with the change, but I don't agree that the requirement should be made without a standard as to what the requirement is. That's all I'm saying. So either change it or put a standard along with it.
So, Madam Chair, let me remind, again, I think we're getting really into the weeds on this. It's my understanding for any type of site posting, it goes to the local selection panel for approval on that. So if there's a question about the opening day minimum cash requirement, I would think that the local selection panel at that point would say, hey, I'm questioning that, or can we look at that, or let's change that, because again, I think it depends on, it varies. It varies so much. A rest area compared to vending in itself varies on what minimum cash, depending on the location. So I think that, and I would not want to put a specific dollar amount in the rule, but I think that there is room for discussion with the area manager, the consultant, and the local selection panel on the posting and how we come up with the minimum cash requirement.
All right. Any other? I don't know where we.
I've always got something else, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
The current circumstance we're facing is with the coronavirus, there's a change shortage. So what happens if I go to take over a facility and I can't get enough change? And I show up with $3,000 in $100 bills. It completely violates the purpose of this because I can't put a $100 bill in the machine, but I've met the requirement. But if I don't show up with that cash and I can't get the change, then I haven't met the requirement. So there's a lot of things we need to consider with this.
But Tom, what does changing those two words, whether it's requirement or recommendation, either way you show up with the $100 bills as opposed to the quarters, either way it's just as ineffective. I just don't see why we're going at it this way. I don't see the big deal. It changes nothing.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Who was that?
I agree that there there needs to be CoinMex filled at the beginning, and just to keep the business up and service going. But it, like they said, if somebody shows up without it, what's done about that? It's because basically you didn't meet what it said in the bid letter in the first place.
Madam Chair, I haven't experienced that, so I guess I'm not really considering it that way. I'm considering that any operator taking over a facility would want to get up and running as quickly as possible to start making money. So honestly, I didn't look at it from that angle, and I don't know how we solve that. I'm just concerned that we could take an economically disadvantaged operator coming from a small place trying to go from a big place and put him in a real awkward position when, if it's a good operator, they could have taken it over with zero disruption of service to the grantor and done a great job. That's my only point.
the wording
Yeah, has
in the
this ever
rule
happened?
doesn't affect that either way. So I just don't get what.
But that's like saying that we've got a rule that you're going to pay your service charge on the 24th. If you don't pay your service charge, nothing happens. But we're putting a requirement in a rule with no consequence. So it's, I guess I'm wondering what the consequence will be when an operator gets out there, doesn't have this cash. What happens to him?
The same thing that happens now. Nothing.
Then what's the point?
That's my point. I don't see the point of the big deal we're making between the two words. I just don't. I don't think, I think it is irrelevant which word we use, except for when you say require a minimum requirement, it lets the operator kind of know what their best bet is to show up with, to be able to make the business operational. That's the only difference. And that can be done on recommendation too. I just don't see the big deal either way. I think either way, someone can show up with the money. They can show up with more money. They can show up with less money. They can show up with it with $100 bills, which would make it worthless to them. As far as your coin mechs go, the word changes none of that. Oh, I mean, all this is a description of the facility that you're bidding on. That's all this is. It's not in Rule 4 where it says the operator's obligations has to show up with certain things. All this is a description of the facility that's being bid on.
Well, then, Madam Chair, respectfully, I guess we've heard from everybody. Let's call for the vote.
Well, we're probably going to table Rule 3 anyway, but was there any other concerns with Rule 3?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Rule 3, Section 6. If Derek could be so kind as to look that up and read it, it's, you know, an applicant shall be ineligible. That's how it starts. I just want to make sure that, okay, that section is concise enough and is not ambiguous, and that's my concern.
Okay. You got it, Derek, or you want me to read it? I can read it.
Yeah, go ahead if you got it.
Okay. An applicant shall be ineligible to return to a facility or site when a BGA contract or permit that the applicant operated under has been terminated, or the applicant has resigned in lieu of termination due to non-compliance with a BGA contract or permit.
Madam Chair, so my concern with this was just the fact that is it clear enough that we're not going to have anybody contested at some point in time about, is it so specific as it's the exact same facility the person broke the BGA, the contract, or the permit for that particular facility or any facility? That was my first concern. And the second concern is someone resigns in lieu of being terminated. Is it clear enough to the local selection panel that that an operator was specifically going to be terminated? Would the selection committee receive that information?
Yeah, this particular one, now this one hasn't been gone over 3 or 4 times. This was actually new last time we went through this rule, and there was concerns brought up. So this is newish language, even for the draft. And I agree with Scott. I think it's vague because it says the applicant shall be ineligible to return to a facility or site when a BGA contract or permit that the applicant operated under has been terminated. And then it goes on to this or. So I think we know what you're trying to say in it, but I don't think it's coming across that way, because this says if the BGA has been terminated, but then assuming that we have a new BGA, what if it wasn't the operator's fault? Why the BGA was terminated? This says they couldn't go back. Then we'll get into Scott's other issue here in a second. But at the end, it says by non-compliance with a BGA contractor permit, but that's after this whole in lieu of termination stuff. The beginning of it could suggest that if a BGA is canceled, an operator, even though it may not have been through any fault of their own, could not bid on the facility to go back there. So I don't think it's the concept that everybody that we're concerned about. It's the wording. Anybody?
So, Madam Chair, so what you're saying is an applicant shall be ineligible to return to a facility or site when a BGA contractor permit that the applicant operated under has been terminated.
Due to non-compliance.
Yeah, but that's not here yet. That's later on. It says has been terminated, and then there's the word or, and then so the first part is a problem because it says has been terminated, and so if somebody cancels a BGA, a grantor cancels a BGA, so it's been terminated. The operator had nothing to do with it. The operator was just peachy keen and did a wonderful job, and it's being terminated because for Lord knows what reason. They sold the building. They did the Bureau made them mad. I don't know. Nothing that the operator had anything to do with. This sentence says they could not rebid on that when it came back open.
So why don't we switch the last sentence with the, so
that's what you gotta do.
I'm going to read this way. An applicant shall be ineligible to return to a facility or site when the BGA contractor permit that the applicant operated under has been terminated due to non-compliance with the BGA contractor permit, or the applicant has resigned in lieu of termination.
Okay, that helps it, but what if it's the Bureau who is non-compliant, not the operator?
Just put operator in there then.
Yeah.
So the operator's non-compliance.
Yeah, that's where it has to be. It has to be something that the operator did to make them ineligible.
Right.
Okay. Operator non-compliance. Okay, done.
Okay. Now the other part that and I think this is a little easier to deal with, that Scott brought up was how does the, other than just rumor mill, everybody kind of knows it, the in lieu of termination, how do we know that? How do we know that somebody resigned officially in order to keep them from bidding? Because somebody could come later and say, well, I wasn't going to be terminated. How do you know I was going to be terminated? I just resigned.
Madam Chair, this is Greg.
Yes, Greg.
So could we have a stipulation, or there's a formatted resignation letter then that you're resigning this facility in lieu of termination? That's what's the one that I would accept, and that's what's on record.
Yeah, I would think if they signed something to that effect, that would fix that.
Madam Chair.
You might want to go over that with your lawyers, though, Greg. But yeah. Yes, Scott.
I don't know that, I mean, would an operator sign that?
Yeah,
and, I mean, right. I mean, I can't imagine that an operator would sign that and basically confess to that set of circumstances when they could just simply resign.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
What if it's then we get a written statement from the grantor that they're about to cancel the BGA. It's something along those lines, and and then we have a resignation after we've received that letter. That's the nexus, or that's determined.
Madam Chair.
I don't like going down that road. Yes, Tom.
An instance where this has happened in the past was an operator was put on a PIP, and the operator didn't complete the PIP successfully, and the agreement was going to be terminated, not by the grantor, but by the Bureau. So the operator resigned the facility with no consequences. I think in this case, an operator would be smart to sign that document saying they're resigning in lieu of termination. That way it doesn't hurt them in scoring or whatever. And I can't remember exactly how we changed it in the new rules, but there would be an incentive for an operator to take that route as opposed to being removed.
Yeah, but we're taking that incentive away because we're making it so they can't, well, they can bid on other facilities, I guess.
Right.
That's a big thing. They just can't bid on the one they're leaving. Greg, I don't like your notion of the grantor having to get a letter. I don't like the notion of getting a grant, like ODOT going to them and saying, we want a threatening letter from you saying we'll terminate your BGA if you don't do this. I don't like that.
Madam Chair, I don't really like that one either. I was trying to spitball how we put something, because it also puts the grantor in a bad spot maybe. So I feel like, I think to Tom's point where, if you don't want to, if you want to ride that out, I guess, we're trying to protect, this is one of those times we're trying to protect a facility, and we're going through this right now, as we know with one, and so, that's the intent of this, and so that we have the ability to satisfy the grantor so that we don't lose the BGA, and be able to put somebody in there, somebody else in there. So
yeah, and that's what Scott's purpose and my purpose and the committee's purpose for bringing this up is to protect the program. In this discussion, we're looking at how is the program going to be protected if a selection panel votes that somebody resigned in lieu of termination, and the operator comes back and says, no, I just resigned. I was tired of working there. And that wouldn't be very defendable in a selection. So,
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Lenny, would the scoring system have something to do with that the person didn't have a facility, so their score would be less? Would that kind of eliminate them from active participation in a selection?
No.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Tom.
I think one way we can solve this is the Bureau refuses to accept a resignation in lieu of termination. If there's a pending termination, you don't have the ability to resign unless you sign this document saying you're resigning in lieu of termination and you agree that you will not be eligible to bid on this facility again for a period of whatever.
Yeah, that could work in theory. Like I said, I for the program's benefit, I think they should, I can't believe I'm saying this, but talk to the attorneys about that. Usually I don't like it when they talk to the attorneys, but I actually think for the program's protection, that might be something they want to go over with them. And I believe we're going to table this rule anyway, so just something else to look at the language on. Okay, anything more with Rule 3? That we've shot holes all through the rule. All right. If there's nothing else with Rule 3, we have several points to look at. The committee want to move to do anything with Rule 3, either accept it or table it.
Madam Chair, I move to table this. until we can have some further discussion about the concerns the committee has.
Okay. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay. Any more discussion on Rule 3? All right, we'll call for the vote.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, it's Christie.
Yes, Christie.
Again, as much as I would love to move on, I'm trying to incorporate that site attachment policy into this. And then, you know, again, I'd like to send it out this afternoon. And looking it over, again, I don't think we're missing that much from what the attachment policy on the awarding and what this new rule says. I want to bring it to the attention that we had agreed as a committee that one of the things that we're taking out of the site attachment that everyone wanted was the operator's ability to maximize service charge. That's out of it. And then the operator's track record on running their current. So what it is it's the net income. And, you know, after the majority vote, after considering the net incomes of each facilities or sites, the distance of the site from the licensees existing, and then the similarities between the type of operation or product sold. If a successful applicant declines to accept the site or is determined ineligible, the selection panel shall reconvene if more than one candidate remains and award the site based on majority vote after considering the criteria. And then I'm going to add, again, what I think we were missing was E from the policy, ties or conflicts of interest, is in the event of a tie between two or more operators, the available site will be awarded by drawing lots. And I think we have already in the policy that no operator may serve on the selection committee if they have a personal interest. So again, what I'm looking at, the main thing that everyone wants to make sure is that if there is a, you know, multiple people and you've got 3 panel members and each of them want a different person and you can't get to a majority, if you can't, that there is some sort of tiebreaker and the current policy says that they'll be drawing lots and that's what's missing in this policy or in this rule. Am I off base?
No, I
Hey, Madam Chair,
yes, Frank.
a question to you or Derek or anybody who would know off the top of their head. I know at one point in the site attachment policy, when there were multiple sites, the language was that it should benefit as many operators as possible. I don't remember off the top of my head if we did away with that language or if and I don't have the policy in front of me, I apologize, but.
Madam Chair, I do have the policy in front of us, but we did eliminate that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, and I don't have the rule in front of me, but I had a question for some clarity
Laura.
about what. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
What is it that it said taking into consideration? Like, I think you said something about location and net proceeds. Is it going to be the person whose facility is geographically makes the most sense? Is it lowest income, highest income? What net proceeds are? Do you know what I mean? I don't think that's really clear. Is it the lowest net proceeds or the highest? Is it the closest to the facility geographically?
So, Madam Chair, again, that's up to the local selection panel. Like, again, it's for consideration. This isn't on a point system. It's not specified that you have to be within 10 miles or 20 miles. It's nothing like that. And again, I think part of the problem with the site attachment policy was initially it was to bring up facilities that might have a lower net and that was the main impetus, like let's build up those facilities. But it didn't always work out that way, or again, it hurt operators where they were just bringing on more stuff that didn't make sense, but they won it based off of that. So I thought that the whole purpose when we discussed this a couple times was, again, to put a little bit more weight into the local selection panel on this.
It was. I think you're right. It was. Yeah.
And it wasn't
Madam Chair,
I understand the, spread the wealth. I think that was the initial thought, like spread the wealth, but that doesn't necessarily always make sense.
Okay. Laura, did you have something else?
Well, yeah, the reason for my question was better than drawing lots as the tiebreaker. I thought we used to have a tiebreaker that if all things were equal, you know, geographically both made sense, so forth, the facility with the lower net proceeds would get it, because then it would prop that facility up or help justify its labor, you know, whatever it might need, as opposed to just saying, you know, drawing names out of a hat, you know. I mean, I don't know. There was just a thought, because I think we used to do it that way.
It used to be, but that got changed.
So, Madam Chair, and I'll just be point blank honest, Laura, on why I don't like that. I've literally had an operator say, fine, I'll pay my spouse $60,000 so I can have the lowest net and win next time. I've had someone say that.
Yep.
Oh, I know who that was.
All right. So we have a motion to table Rule 3 until we see language and, you know, come to terms with all this. Any more discussion on Rule 3? Okay, I'll call for the vote. I don't remember who made it. Tom?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes,
And I think, Jim, did you come back?
I'm here. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yes and yes. Okay. I thought I heard you come back. All right. So, tabled Rule 3 for the moment. That takes us to Rule 4. Operators' responsibilities, leave, and self-employment status. Any thoughts, conversations about Rule 4?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Frank.
I'd like to offer something for just a change or a proposed change. And I believe Rule 4A18 says when BE determines cause, and like to offer that we add when BE determines reasonable cause.
Prepare and submit a monthly operating report to BE in the format prescribed by BE. When BE determines cause, operators shall provide supporting documentation of information reported on the monthly operating report. Verification of information does not constitute a records review. Any thoughts with reasonable cause or?
What would be, Madam Chair?
Yes, Doug.
I don't understand what reasonable cause means in this case. I mean, what would be classified as unreasonable cause? I think we should assume if the state is saying cause and they want an additional information, that speaks for itself. I think reasonable just muddies the water.
Well, there could be unreasonable cause.
Right.
You know, Christy could get really mad at Frank one day and just say, "That darn Frank, I'm mad at him, so there's cause." And Christy wouldn't do that. I don't want to point Christy out because Christy wouldn't do that. But so there could be unreasonable cause.
Now, and there's, Madam Chair, there is language used in a different rule where the agency requests something and says when they determine reasonable. So I was we were borrowing, actually me or Derek or Tom or all three, we were borrowing language from what, and I believe that it should probably say reasonable in case somebody down the road goes to, uses the rule and tries to go to the extreme with it. But, and I believe reasonable cause is probably pretty common in legal type stuff. At least you see that phraseology used a lot. So, and it's not a big change. It's one word. So,
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
it's Greg.
Yes, Greg.
We're good. That's fine.
Okay, cool. Everyone else good with that?
Yep.
All right. Any other thoughts about Rule 4?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just would like a little more explanation on Rule 4, number 19, where it talks about normal marketing plan, but now you call it a continuity plan.
Oh, that's not 19. That is 20.
20? Okay.
I think it's 20. Yeah. It says licensees should create and maintain contact information of the individual or entrusted with operating a facility or site in case of an operator's absence. This information shall be on file with BSVI.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
That's not okay.
I'm talking about it actually uses the phrase continuity plan.
I thought do you have the most because
and I always thought it was in Rule 4.
It was there was something in the last version of Rule 4, but we changed it to this wording.
Oh, okay. All right.
Does it, Christy, Greg, anybody? Does that?
You're correct in that.
Okay.
Yeah, we struck that.
Yeah. You struck that? Okay.
Yeah, the new language is this thing about just the contact information for the.
Okay. Too many versions.
No, understood.
Sorry.
Okay. Anything else with Rule 4?
Can I ask, Madam Chair, can I ask Derek a question? This might be in a different rule, so it's E1, it says inactive license, and I did not write down what rule it was under. I apologize. I don't think that's in 4, but I'm not sure.
No, that wouldn't be Rule 4, Frank. Inactive license would either be in Rule 2 or 3. 2 or 3, I'm betting.
Yeah, it might have been 3. I'm sorry. I didn't, my notes weren't quite as good enough. But anyway, well, let's finish what we're doing here.
Okay.
I just want to, wasn't missing something, and then I want to ask, make a note about Rule 3, but let's finish what we're doing here.
Okay.
Sorry.
Nope. All right. Anything else with Rule 4? All right. Are there any motions to move forward with the draft?
Rule 4.
The draft of Rule 4.
And the draft Rule 4, yes.
Is there a second?
Whatever the language you would like to use there.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay. Any more discussion for Rule 4? All right. Call for the vote to accept the draft of Rule 4. Doug?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
And Frank?
Yes.
Okay. Rule 4 is in the books, at least for the draft to move forward. Rule 5, equipment, supplies, and initial inventory. Any thoughts or?
Madam Chair?
Yes, John.
Letter F, number 4, the last sentence didn't make any sense to me.
Letter F.
I don't know.
I have that on my list too, Madam Chair. 5F4.
5F4, 3-4. Complete a detailed report of BE-owned stock of supplies on hand and report the amount of with the December and June monthly operating report and retain these reports for 6 months after the date of submission. That's not it? Okay. Says this detailed report is not required when there is a facility transition within 30 days prior to the date of either December or June monthly operating report. Additional detailed reports of stock and supplies may be required when BE determines necessary for reasonable business purposes. Hey, there's our reasonable. But okay. Was that what you?
Yeah, just the last sentence. I'm kind of curious why there would be reasonable reasons they would need that.
I think we were trying to understand, Madam Chair, what exactly that is, or what exactly they were looking for, or where they were. I guess where they were going is what I think a lot of us, that when we read this, went, where is going? What is? I mean, exactly. I think we were trying to understand it, so I think that's why the questions are being asked.
Okay. Anybody want? That's kind of like the same thing that's in the current rule about that they can ask for request additional inventories to be taken, and the operator must participate. Additional detailed reports of stock and supplies may be required when BE determines necessary for reasonable business purposes. I don't know. I guess if they thought it was, I mean, they can answer it.
I was just trying to find out what would be an example of needing to do that or having to do that, just for, I think, better understanding for everybody. That's all.
Same here. What is a reasonable business purpose?
Yeah, somebody was
Chair,
yes.
what if someone had the state got a complaint that all the machines were empty, and the people were reporting an inventory? So then the state could ask them to actually do a physical inventory. Where do you really have what you said you had? That would be the only time I'd see it necessary.
Yeah. Any other thoughts or yes?
Madam Chair, Derek,
Madam
am
Chair.
I missing anything with those notes?
What?
No.
Okay.
Oh, Amy, was you trying to? Was that you trying to?
Yes. I think also another situation was maybe your MRR gets filed and there's like a really big discrepancy. Like there's a huge amount of stock purchase that brings your growth way down. I think maybe a conversation would be had if there was maybe a mistake made or something else was going on. So that just may be another situation.
Yeah. Okay. Any other thoughts or?
Well, Madam Chair, one thing with what Amy said, one thing I will say is hopefully as we eventually work our way out of this pandemic and sales like at rest areas and other places that are still open start to recover, I can see, the stock purchase amount going up as we try and build our inventory back up to where, it needs to be for normal, what I would call normal business operation, because you don't want all that right now or it's all going to sit and go out of date. So I'm not saying this has to do with that, but I was just pointing that out as something with like what Amy just said. There's probably going to be some of that as all of us move forward, hopefully.
Madam Chair, it's Greg.
Go ahead, Greg.
So again, this is, if there was something that was an anomaly, something that just was way outside the norm, we expect and know, things are going to look different for a little bit as things reopen. And I think as Amy pointed out, there will be conversations. It's not we see a number and then we go down this path. So I think, that we're well aware, or we firmly do expect that there's going to be some large stock purchases, knock on wood, here fairly soon in the late spring or early summer.
Yeah. I think Lenny's point, actually, I think it does protect the program, because if somebody does, if their machines are sitting empty and they're saying, I don't have money to buy anything, but they're reporting that they have a an inventory of, $15,000 worth of stuff, or more, I would think it'd be reasonable to question that.
Well, Madam Chair, I think some of us just wanted to make sure we understood where it was going, and I think we do now. I believe, unless I think we understand it. We just wanted to, at least that part of it. I'll make sure everybody's done with this section. There is another section in Rule 5 I think we need to take a look at.
Okay. Anyone have any more with
Sure,
this?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Frank, your other?
Rule in 5E.
E says BE shall provide each suitable vending facility or site with an initial inventory taking into account the items typically sold in the facility or site and any applicable provisions in the Bureau Grantor Agreement regarding items that are appropriate for the facility or site. Yeah, what's that? Why would we have a Bureau Grantor Agreement telling us what we can sell? I mean, that might not be what Frank was getting at, but...
No, that was part of it. There's, that was one part, and then there's another part. I guess it talks about purchasing. Yeah.
My question may be irrelevant to the rule, to the doing of the rules itself, but we shouldn't have Bureau Grantor Agreement telling us what we can sell. But so that's probably not relevant to the rule making, I guess. But what was your other
Madam
thing?
Chair,
Yes.
Something I could see here is like if there was a pouring rights agreement or maybe a,
Oh, yeah.
something like that.
That would make sense. That does make sense because we do have a couple of those. So at Ohio University, you guys wouldn't go and buy a bunch of Coke products for an initial inventory.
Right.
Yeah, that makes some sense. Okay. Frank, what else?
Read the if you'll just read the,
okay. BE shall provide each suitable vending facility or site with an initial inventory taking into account the items typically sold in the facility or site and any applicable provisions in the Bureau Grantor Agreement regarding items that are appropriate for the facility or site.
Is there more in there about equipment or anything? I thought there was.
Oh, I'm sorry. It goes on. There's another paragraph, but it's not lettered. It says, once the suitable vending facility or site has been established, BE may provide additional equipment in its discretion after evaluating the business need. Yeah, that's kind of a weird thing to go with that other, but okay.
Well, my question, Madam Chair, or my thought is, what if a grantor is requesting too much equipment and, the agency or the consultant and the area manager have talked with the operator and they're like, well, no, we don't need, 5 or 10 more snack machines or pop machines that, we have a few machines here now that already aren't performing where they. I guess my thing is I don't want us to see over-equipped someplace to the extent and tie up money where we really don't need it. So, and the other concern I have is I hope that there would be some involvement from either the local OVRC or even maybe the full committee when a decision like that has to be made.
Well, I think the first thing that you said is covered because it does say after evaluating the business need. So I think that part is covered.
Well, it says in its discretion, and
it does say in its discretion after evaluate. It does say that BE may provide additional equipment in its discretion after evaluating.
It doesn't say they will, but
yeah. I think that just gives
but
them the authority if they want to buy more equipment. I don't know.
So, Madam Chair, this is Greg.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, the discretion piece is to make sure we're not locking in one way or another, and if we want to buy or need to buy more equipment. But I think on a larger note, you know, we had talked a little while back that we were going to just submit Rule 5 as is for the moment, and have some discussion after we got through the rest of this rules and submitted to and to see to come up with to go through Rule 5 really in depth and see and some more language. And so I thought we were going to keep the status quo, and I don't mind. Some of this is good discussion, answering questions and the such. But I just want to make sure we're on the same page there. That Rule 5, we're submitting the current rule, and then we're going to later this spring. Remember, we were going to reopen and have more discussion so that moving forward.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Greg. I thought I didn't know it was the current rule. I thought it was at least the draft with the changes so far. But that we did agree to re-evaluate it, you know, based on the whole initial inventory issue later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
I do not believe. I don't think this is our current.
No, this is not the current Rule 5. I think we had we have a breakdown here.
Okay.
Derek?
So are we saying pass it through now and get back to it, or are we saying table it?
Hold on a second, Doug.
Sure.
We don't know yet. Derek?
Well, I'm confused, and I think this goes to a point I tried to make at the time, that wanting to make changes to the Rule 5 regarding inventory is something that I thought was going to be set aside until after the rules went through, and then we'd all start addressing that systematically moving forward after the new. But it seems like Greg was just suggesting that even before these rules go into effect, we want to make further changes to Rule 5 before they go through the whole process. I'm missing it. Okay. Because you said spring.
Yeah, no, sorry.
And clearly the rules aren't going to be done by spring. But we can start the talks.
Yeah, we can have the talks while it's going through the process. Sorry if I confused. Derek, you said it exactly right and better than what I was trying to say.
So you're not wanting the new rules to include any inventory changes other than what's already been suggested in Rule 5.
Yeah, that we move forward with what we have, and then yes, we re-engage here shortly and talk about the inventory, and then knowing full well, and we even had that we can add it and change it down the line when we come up for something.
Down the line, as in after this rules package goes all the way through the process and becomes law, or down the road as part of the current process?
So if we happen to get it done during the current process, I think it's J-card in July. I don't want to say that we can or can't, because if we come up with something and we can get it in before everything's approved, that would be great. And if not, if not, we reopen and update. But I would like to. Does that make sense? I think Derek needs to keep translating for me here.
So,
here's what I'm saying. I'm not going to lock down and say we have to get it done before this current rule package gets approved, or that we have to wait till after. When we get to something that we're happy with and want to move forward, we will move forward with it. Does that make sense?
But it would be on a different track than these other rules. As I think what Derek's trying, I think the confusion is our changes in Rule 5, if we agreed to something different with the inventory, not these here in front of us, but something different with the initial inventory, that would go through a separate track. It would go through JCAR. It would go through RSA separately than this rule package.
Madam Chair, can I offer something?
Tom.
So, Greg, to rephrase the question a little bit, if the committee votes right now to adopt the current Rule 5 that everybody has in front of them, is it your intention to allow that to go all the way through the process? But in the meantime, while that's moving forward, we will continue on a side track having discussions about how we would like to change it in the future.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Yes. So this is the current. So all right. So this is the draft. This draft. We're not going to leave Rule 5 as it currently is in the promulgated rules that we're all knowing and loving right now. We're going to propose the changes that we've already agreed to in Rule 5, and then later go through and talk about the inventory at some point. So
that's
okay.
my understanding.
Yeah. So that being said, is there any more discussion?
Derek?
Yes, Derek.
That's not Greg's understanding, and that's not what Greg just said. Greg's suggesting, and I'm not going to say whether it's right or wrong, but I want the committee to understand what I think Greg's saying. And Greg, correct me if I'm wrong. Greg's saying he wants to table Rule 5 right now so that possibly some changes could be made before the rules go through the process. Or if that can't be done, then we'll do it after the rules are done at a future time. But when he says future, he means future currently or future later. I think that's what you're saying. Is that right, Greg? You would like to get some changes to inventory rule into this package, but you're not tied to that. You can wait till later, but if you can get it in sooner, currently, you will. Is that correct?
I don't know. Greg, if you're talking, you're muted.
Sorry, thank you. So
the silence went on a little longer than I thought you were planning on.
Yeah, no, I don't want to table anything.
Okay.
And so maybe when I said current rule, I should have said current draft. I'm fine with us going through the current draft. And I've made a mess of this. I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page that after these are submitted, we were going to go back and have some discussions about inventory that may result in some additional changes to what we've put forward. And if those changes can be agreed upon and we're all in agreement before it's passed, we can put it in. If not, you know, what this draft is will go forward into the rules package. And then if we need to go past that and it's on that separate track, what Tom said is correct. I don't want to table it. I want this Rule 5 draft to be considered as part of the package moving forward. But I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page that we were still intending to have some more discussion around initial inventory, which could change this rule down the line somewhere. I don't know when that will happen or if it will happen, but I have made a mess of it and I'm sorry. But I just wanted to make sure we were still on the same page that we might approve this draft and it may go through, but we could be very shortly at a meeting having a discussion with this on the agenda. And I didn't want anybody to feel like, you know, in May, if this is on the agenda and we're having a meeting about it, that we were trying to pull something or we thought this was dead, we put this rules package for it. I just wanted to make sure we were all still under the understanding that we wanted to have more discussion on initial inventory. It's in the future.
Okay. Is everybody good? And
I'm good.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. I thought I was like, oh, I just want to make sure that we're all clear, and I just totally threw a wrench in the whole discussion. But
that's okay. That's all right.
I was just trying to, you know, just make sure we were all on the same page here.
Yep.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, my question
yes.
is: Are we approving? If we approve the draft of Rule 5? Is that
yes.
what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're not staying under the current Rule 5. It's the draft.
The
It's the
current draft of Rule 5 is,
Okay.
as we have it, this draft is up for our consideration. There may be a time in the future that we look at Rule 5 again, but that would be separate. It'd be like reopening the rule. That one just may happen sooner than later. But right now, this is the rule draft 5 that's up for our consideration.
Derek,
Yes, Derek.
I do not want to be, I'm not meaning to be a pain in the ass. I really am not. But Greg did not just say, he did not just say that there won't possibly be future changes during this rules process. He's saying it could happen. He's not saying it will happen. He's saying it could happen. He's not given up on the idea of making substantial inventory changes in Rule 5 before this package goes all the way through. You just said your understanding was you're not going to make any further changes to Rule 5, I mean, outside of like other public comment and JCAR's decisions and things like that. You're saying that won't happen until after the rules package goes through, and that would require opening the rules again. That's not what Greg said. Greg said it can happen either way, before or after.
Yeah, I misspoke about opening the rules again. I meant not officially that it's promulgated and this and that. I know it can happen during the process. It's not going to happen.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. That's you do understand then. Okay.
Yes, it can happen concurrently, I guess. Like, say these rules, I have no clue when these rules would be codified if they go through with no bumps. Say, what's the goal, you guys? October or something? Any new provisions in Rule 5 isn't going to be, this draft is what would come through and rule in October then. But maybe in December, we'd codify another Rule 5. We don't know. It would go through separately and this and that. It would be on a track. That's my understanding. Or it could be next year. We just don't know yet. Okay. So any more questions about this draft of Rule 5? There's no date on it, so I don't know when it is. The one that's in front of us now. Okay. Do we have a motion either to move forward with this draft or do anything else with it?
I move that we accept.
Okay.
And move forward with Rule 5.
With the draft.
In the language that's appropriate here.
Yeah, I would take that part off. The current draft of Rule 5.
The current draft of Rule 5.
Okay.
I will second.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on Rule 5?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Frank.
I would just say this: taking this to an area meeting and having this as a draft, and then telling everybody, well, this is the draft, but there's a chance this may change sooner rather than later, or maybe later rather than it's going to be. That's going to be somewhat. I mean, it can be done, but it's going to be a little bit problematic because they're going to say, okay, we're seeing the draft, but it doesn't sound like it's finished yet. So anyway, just a point of.
I would just explain to folks exactly what's going on. Most people know about the inventory discussion. I would just say, here's the draft that's on the table now for your consideration. At some point, the committee has agreed with the Bureau that we would discuss possibly changing initial inventory, but that's not what's on the table right now. So, all right, any other discussion for Rule 5? All right, for the vote, Doug?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
And Tom?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
In spite of all my help.
No, that's all right. Rule 6. Bureau operator, temporary bureau operator agreements. I
This ought to
did
be fun.
Christy know about one change that I found has been removed. It is 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm reading backwards. Hold on a second. Is it E? And 6 months requires the active participation. Displaced operators and lowest income operators. Operators are not eligible for. Okay, it's E. In Rule 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. And this is telling people what if they're ineligible to get a temp. And 6 says has been removed from a facility pursuant to paragraphs C 2, 4, 5, 6 of this rule within the previous 12 months of the date on which the temporary assignment is offered. The numbers weren't correct because 6 was resigning. So the way this read, if you resigned from your facility, you couldn't do a temp. And I don't think that was anyone's intention. I just think it needed cleaned up. So that was the one thing I pointed out, and I already pointed out to Christy as a problem. And I think she fixed it and recognized that it was a problem. So did anyone have anything else with Rule 6? Oh. Really? All right. Did anyone want to make any motions or about accepting Rule 6? The draft of Rule 6.
I'll make the motion that we accept the draft of Rule 6.
All right. Any second? Anybody?
I will second.
Okay. Any more discussion on Rule 6? Christy, you did make that change, right?
Madam Chair, yes, absolutely
Okay.
did.
Yeah, I did think that was a problem. Just a typo type thing. All right. Any other discussion on Rule 6? All right. The motion's to accept the draft. Frank?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Doug? Doug? Uh-oh. Did we lose Doug? Okay, Tom?
Yes.
Okay. Doug, you may be muted.
Sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
Yeah, and I vote yes.
Okay. All right. 6 done. Rule 7, closing, opening, and transitioning a facility or site. Any thoughts? Okay. Are there any motions?
Move to accept the draft of Rule 7.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any more discussion on Rule 7? All right. For the vote, Doug?
Yes?
Frank?
Yes.
What about Scott?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
And Tom?
Yes.
Okay. I keep making Tom laugh so he has time to unmute if he's going longer.
It clearly works because I've been timely every time.
Yeah, you have. All right, Rule 8, reporting and service charge. I was gonna say, I had one change that I already pointed out to Christy on this one too. It is under F, and it
That's
is
what I
if
have.
okay. It says if an operator disagrees that a report, service charge, or other required document is late, the operator shall submit their position in writing along with any supporting documentation describing the dispute to the BSVI director. I also wanted to point out that it's not only the lateness, it is the amount, the amount that the operator is being charged that can be disputed, not just the lateness of it. And I already pointed that out to Christy, and I think she may have fixed it.
All right. Yeah, Madam Chair, that's what I have in the notes from Derek, Tom, and I. And I just have, they did not include dispute of charges. That was the only thing we seen that.
Christy, did you fix something with that, or?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay. Do you have the new language for that one? What it says, or?
Yes, it says, I believe it says yes or other charges.
Oh, no. It should say the amount or something about the amount or.
Right now it says if an operator disagrees that a report, service charge, or other charges, the operator shall submit their position in writing along with any supporting documentation describing the dispute to the BSVI director.
Oh. Okay, so we
charges.
took that part's fine, but the late, the we don't want to take the late out. We want the late and the amount both in there.
I'm trying to figure this out. Okay.
Okay.
Is it pretty similar, Madam Chair, to what we have currently?
Yeah,
Or,
what's
I mean,
in
I
the
don't know.
current rule? I don't have I should have the current rule right here with me, but.
Derek, do you have it? Or can you get one?
I don't think we have a dispute about this. I think we're all on the same page of what it should be, but you just got to get the language down.
Yeah. Well, my thought, Madam Chair, was unless there was some changes, I was trying to see if it was copy and paste.
Yeah. Just use the current.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think I have the current rule here.
Okay.
This is not the right part. Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh.
Sorry.
Madam Chair, what if it was something like this? If an operator disagrees that a report, service charge, or other charges are late, the operator shall submit their position in writing?
Yeah, but it's not just the lateness, Greg. It's the amount of the charge. It's like if somebody was overcharged on their service charge or other charges. They're disputing the amount as well as the lateness. Because when you go further, it even talks about varying amounts and everything. It describes, paying the differences and everything later on in the rule.
So, Madam Chair, I think that it's two distinct issues, and I'm going to suggest that we have another little paragraph there because I think we're combining them, and that's where I'm getting confused. Because right now, someone could be contesting the amount, or they could be contesting lateness. Generally not. They're not combined. So what if we had another thing? Another paragraph that says if an operator contests that their payment was late, the operator shall submit their position in writing along with any supporting documentation describing the dispute to the BSVI director. But I don't like that either, because right now, if someone said, like, it's up to me to waive lates, and this has worked. And generally, we don't have to go through the formality of someone having to write Greg and say, hey, this is what happened. This works right now, and I take in consideration, and then I waive it or not. So I don't know.
Well, like Frank said, does anyone have the current rule? What's the current rule say? And I don't think it has anything about late. I think the current rule is all about the amount. I can go try and let me get the current rule.
Madam Chair, I did find it.
Oh, okay, good. Sally.
Yeah, I have it. I have it as well.
Okay, either one. Whoever wants to read it.
Were you looking at letter H, Derek?
Yes.
Yep, me too.
All right.
So it's H says if the operator disagrees with a portion of the MOR charges prior to the due date of the disputed MOR charges, the operator shall, and then it enumerates all the stuff about writing a letter. And then once that's decided, then the charges are either continue on to the bureau or rescinded back to the, or sent back to So all they did was they took the bit about charges out and replaced it with late. And Christy's right. I mean, just take the late thing out and put charges back in and leave it the way it is. Unless you want to make an issue of lateness. You also need to, since paper MORs are still out there, you want to have something about completeness of forms too, because that's been an issue in the past where, somebody didn't check a box and that became an issue. So, that, anyway, whatever, but
okay,
I think it was a typo. Yeah. Am I breaking up?
No, you're fine. So,
okay, fine.
If an operator disagrees with a portion of, I think it just goes right like what the current rule says. Somehow we change the charges themselves to the lateness. Oh, excuse me.
Are we able to use the current rule in that, or do we still need?
I would think we could. It doesn't address lateness. So if we want to put another paragraph in there about lateness, but I'm with Christy. I don't know that the lates have to go all through the director. And
I think the only time that would be necessary would be if, it was something that the program manager denied and somebody felt strongly enough that they wanted to move it up the, continue with the process, or of course there's, or make their case by grievance or something else, or maybe they could go, I don't know. I don't want to overcomplicate this.
Yeah, I think the biggest key to this one was the portion, the portion of the amount. Oh.
That's what I was going to ask. I thought there was two things: the amount of the charges and the lateness of the whole thing.
Why don't we just say if an operator disagrees with a portion of the charges on the monthly operating report, or if the report is late, then we can go through this whole thing. And unless we don't want to go through the rigmarole of the director. I don't know. Greg don't have enough to do. He can just Greg can figure this out.
So I mean, I'm always all for solving stuff at the lowest level. So
yeah. Well, do we want this to be? Yeah, you can. Are you cueing yourself for something there, Derek?
No, I was making a joke that I'm the lowest level.
Oh.
No, I mean I think the rule's fine as it because it didn't change anything except the fact that the word late is there, and you just need to take out that brief part of the sentence that says oh shoot, I went back to the other rule. But take out the late part, just the part that describes if the service charge report and all that is late. Just take that out and put in if a portion of the charge is, like it is in the old rule. That's all you have to do. It's just a simple substitution.
Yeah, but then
Yeah,
the lateness isn't being part of this then.
Right.
Madam Chair, I agree with Derek, and the lateness isn't part of the current rule right now.
It's not.
And again, the way that we deal with lateness, and either we don't address it in here, because I do not believe that should go to Greg, because we get quite a few of those, and we have an actual log and it's documented, and 9 out of 10 times I waive if there's any question, and I waive the late. But right now too is, remember, part of the late stuff was more complex back in the day when it was all by paper. And now everything is automated by OBG. And generally when we have any issue, we have a process in place where Amy will call OBG or the IVR people and say, was there a glitch? Did this person get on? You know, can you show where they got on? Oh, they didn't get on and they told us they got on, or vice versa. And we take it from there. And then the APs then will send a letter saying that it was waived or it wasn't waived. And, you know, which is a follow-up, because you are applied a penalty by OBG. And if it's waived, then we have an internal process where we have to notify IT to take that out of BE Web. It's this whole rigmarole. But that works right now. And I think, not to complicate things, I think we just need to put this as charges. Now, if we want another thing where, it talks about late, I don't even think it should be near this section, if that makes sense.
No, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. The charges is what's being disputed. A portion or the amount of the charges is what's being disputed here. And
so
it was
that's what
always,
I think we should put in there.
yeah, that's always been the intention of that rule. If somebody was overcharged or undercharged, I don't know if they dispute that, but hey. Okay. So with that change, are there any other things in Rule 8? Okay. Would somebody
Madam Chair?
make a motion to accept the draft with the changes that we just discussed?
I shall move.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any more discussion on Rule 8?
Madam Chair, I'll just say I want to actually have an opportunity. Well, I'll see it as a draft. I want to have an opportunity to make sure that this is, I think it is, but anyway, okay.
Yeah, they're going to send everybody another copy with these changes, and that's the one that's going to go out to all the operators and everything. So, all right, go for the vote. Doug?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
And Tom?
Yes.
All right. Rule 9. We're in the bad part of the rules. Program penalties. Any thoughts about Rule 9? Okay. Any questions? Would anyone like to move to accept the draft, if there are any?
Well, nobody else is doing it. I shall move.
Okay. There a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any more discussion about Rule 9? All right. We'll call for the vote for that. Frank, or I mean Doug, sorry.
Yes.
The motion. Frank,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Jim. Uh-oh. Did we lose you, Jim?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. And Tom.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. There's rule 9. And I told you, we're in the bad part of the rules. So here's rule 10.
Oh boy.
No.
The only thing that a couple people brought up, and I know, then this is, I think we're really, 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 really close with rule 10. But a couple folks brought up on a few of these sentences. For example, B1. It says
B1 and B2.
Okay, B1 and B2. It says the Bureau shall participate with the local selection panel. And basically what it should say is the local selection, like in B1, it says BE shall participate with the local selection panel to determine by majority vote whether or not the terms of the performance improvement plan have been satisfied or whether to extend the time frame to cure the violations. Basically, it just should say the local selection panel shall determine by majority vote, because BE's not really participating with the local selection panel. It is the local selection panel. That when it says BE shall participate, it sounds like there's more people involved in that. It just kind of clouds it all up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I just don't know how you improve it.
Well, no, it just says, instead of BE shall participate with the local selection panel. Well, BE's already part of the local selection panel. The area manager's already on there. So
eliminate BE and just say the selection panel?
Yes.
It
should start with the
local selection. You're right.
It should just say the local selection panel shall determine by majority vote whether or not the terms of the performance improvement plan have been satisfied. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
You got Bureau folks, you guys get that?
Yeah, so Annette,
yes.
This is Rick.
Yes, Rick.
I think maybe the sentence after that in B, though, the local selection panel shall be provided all available requested information. That's kind of where we could put BE in at that point. The local selection panel shall work with BE and obtaining all available requested information, something like that.
Where are you at? You're in Rule 10? Because I was reading B1.
I'm in just B at this point.
Okay, just B. Here's B. But yeah, BE shall participate with the local selection panel to evaluate whether okay.
And the second sentence here, the local selection panel shall be provided all available requested information to assist with making the evaluation. So I think, we need to include in there that the information is largely going to be coming from BE.
Oh yeah, that's
that's
not a problem. I think it's the BE shall participate part at the beginning where the confusion came in, because we didn't see how BE was participating. I guess it muddied it.
So, Madam Chair,
yes.
I hear what you're saying, and I think that we might have to go back and talk. I will tell you that this is from the lawyer's perspective on this rule, and they're from a lawyer's viewpoint. The problem with this is that if someone has a problem with how something was selected, that ultimately it's the selection panel's choice but they're not going to grieve the selection panel. They're going to grieve BE, and that BE ultimately has to be responsible for the action that the selection panel determines, and that's the rub on this. Now, my answer to that is, well, the selection panel will be just called to the 119 hearing as witnesses on why they came up with the decision they did. But I think that as the lawyer's point of view on this is that this puts us at risk that we are agreeing to something that we don't have total ultimate control over, and that we could get a grievance or get sued over a majority decision made by a selection panel. That I think that's the reasoning behind it. Again, I don't see every example that we've had in the last couple of years is that the selection panels generally all agree. It's all a majority thing. If there's a conflict of interest, someone will recuse themselves. So I don't see this as a big problem, but you guys do this and the lawyers do this too on what if scenarios. And are we opening the program up to some sort of situation where, because again, people do not grieve other OVRC members.
Yeah, but I thought we had all this. I thought we had this part worked out. I thought that's why. I know that was the concern, but I don't know what saying BE shall participate, blah, 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 with.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I brought this to you after a discussion the other day, and the concern is that the language says BE and the local selection panel. And it's the local selection panel is the one that's put in charge of determining whether a PIP was completed and a site selection. And the local selection panel is defined in other places in the rules containing a BE participant. So, and this is new language. It's not in the old rules. And what this does, in my opinion, is we had a discussion before. At the end of Rule 10, there was a section in there that could allow the BSVI director to basically negate the selection panel's decision. This takes that same, they've removed that language, and now they put it up here in the front of the rule, and it could be applied in exactly the same way.
So again, if the local selection panel shall determine, then BE is not permitted to determine otherwise. Then that leaves the decision-making authority to a non-state, and that becomes a problem if it's litigated. That's part of the problem and why we changed it to BE shall participate with the local selection.
But Madam Chair,
how are you locally? What we don't understand is when it says BE shall participate, like in this B1, it says BE shall participate with the local selection panel to determine my majority vote. How would BE be participating other than sitting as the member on the selection panel that's already defined?
So Madam Chair, this is Rick.
Yes.
I just want to work through what the proposal is then. So we start with B, and we'll get rid of that first section that says BE with BE participation, changing it to starting with the local selection panel to evaluate, or the local
will evaluate.
Will evaluate.
Yeah.
Will evaluate whether the operator cured the violations within the designated time frame. The local selection panel shall be provided all available requested information to assist with making the evaluation. You assuage my concerns in understanding that much of that information is going to be coming from the BE program. And then we go down to B1, which currently reads BE shall participate with the local selection panel to determine by majority vote whether or not the terms of the performance have been satisfied, or whether to extend the time frame. So you're just wanting BE shall participate with or BE shall participate with taken out?
Yeah.
Is that the proposal?
Yeah. Yes, it would say the local selection panel, again, will instead of to. The local selection panel will determine, or shall determine, I guess it's probably the legal terms. By majority vote.
Okay. I think see here. I'm going to run that by my boss, okay?
Okay.
So if we could move on, and then we could circle the wagon on that one.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
That's good. Thank you, Rick.
Sure.
So why don't we hold off? We won't even. That wouldn't be today, would it, Rick?
I can try to do it today. I hope.
Well,
to do
probably
it
not
today.
by
We
the end of the
thought
meeting,
go
I guess,
through
is
the-
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be during the meeting. So I guess we'll have to table this one with Rule 3 for a minute.
For a minute, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Ethan wanted us to make those official. So would we want to?
Annette, it's Ethan.
Yes.
Rick, do you think you'd be able to get an answer before the end of the meeting, just before we formally table this one?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, we'll just.
Yeah, and that I would just wait and come back to it then.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then if we don't get an answer, we can always table it at the end of the meeting.
Okay. Sounds good.
Do you need a motion?
No, we're not right now.
Okay.
No reason for motion.
Yeah. Okay, so
Derek?
we'll just move on. Yes, Derek.
Well, Tom and Frank had discussed also there needs to be a change in the language in B2 as well. And since he's going to, I mean, maybe that should be proposed as well, so he has all the information when he goes to.
Okay. I'm sorry. I should have asked about if there was anything more in Rule 10. B2 says if the operator does not cure the violations within the time frame, the BSVI director may terminate the operator's BOA as noted in Rule 3304-121-6. What was
and they had decided that it should say if the local selection panel determines by majority vote that the operator does not cure the violations within the timeline, then the BSVI director may terminate the operator's BOA.
And the logic behind the requested change is, again, it leaves it to where that rule, and again, I keep saying again, Christy, you got me doing it. That one, if Greg is not the BSVI director and there's another person who decides they're just going to take charge of things and do it how they want, we really wouldn't have much recourse if we leave that in the rules.
So, Madam Chair, on this one, I think it's kind of how it is right now. I don't think 2 has to reiterate, based off of the majority vote. I think it says if they don't satisfy it, and remember the current rule says the BSVI director shall terminate. Now it just says may terminate. It doesn't say shall.
local selection shall determine by majority vote whether or not the performance improvement plan has been satisfied or whether the it might want to clean it up. I see what Christy said, because the determination does take place in 1 and 2, but it probably could just say, if the determination is that the operator did not cure the violations. Because it just says, if the operator does not cure the violations within the time frame. I like the may. I do like the may part.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Doug.
Maybe it says it somewhere, I can't really recall, but isn't there an option for the selection committee to vote to give the person on PIP more time to cure the violation?
Yes, that is in here.
Okay.
They
So
get
that
to
is
vote whether,
also an option for the BSVI director.
well, if the selection panel grants that, then yes.
Yeah, okay.
It would be up to the selection panel to grant that, then
Yeah.
then they would get it. So
Right. But that would be before the director gets involved.
yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Derek?
So, yes, Derek.
I just want to say that I think the language, it just confirms what's supposed to happen, and it's a matter of consistency. It doesn't change anything. It and it's not redundant. It's a reiteration and an affirmation, so that something can't be taken out of context. That's all it is. It doesn't change anybody. It doesn't change the local committee's authority. It doesn't change the BSVI director's authority. It just ties it all together, which is what should happen in good law writing, or rule writing, I should say. That's all that it is.
Yeah, I don't think there's any harm to anybody that says, if the selection panel did determine, or if it made the determination that the operator did not cure the violations, then it would go on, within the time frame the BSVI director may terminate the. So we're just adding a couple words there. To kind of tie 2 to 1 is all it's doing.
Okay, and that I made note of it.
Okay.
Pass it on and get back to hopefully within this meeting.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Was there anything else in Rule 10? Okay. We'll just keep that one and we'll figure out by the end of the meeting what to do. Rule 11, authority and responsibility of BE. Did anyone have any?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Frank.
Derek and Tom and I have, there's a couple on here, Tom and Derek. You guys, I have, on most of these, I have a note or a suggested change. We'll start with 11F.
GF. Have the right of access to any facility and or facility storage space for purpose of operation, inspection, inventory, verification, and or recovery.
What I think Derek and I came up with was have the right of access to any facility, because it is their facility.
Oh, that was it?
Yep. It's not a, well, I don't think it's a major one. It was,
And Madam Chair, just for clarity's sake, this is one of those things that we looked at an old rule and looked at a new rule, and we realized that it was also the same way in the old rule, but it could be applied in a way that's, I guess, that I wouldn't approve of. So even though it's not a change from the old rule, it was still just as broken in that rule. So I think we would like to clarify that this pertains only to a facility, not an operator's residence or anywhere else they may be storing product.
The only thing, and I don't like to argue the Bureau side for them, the only thing I would say that, because it is to protect the program, if the operator is, I don't think they should just have free access to somebody's home, but if the operator is storing equipment, that's BE-owned equipment, the Bureau should have every right to be able to recover that equipment.
And Madam Chair,
yeah,
I believe that the BE equipment needs to be made available upon request. Somewhere else in the rules, but I'm not specifically speaking to equipment. I'm speaking to the verification of inventory, which is mentioned here. I don't know if it's in that exact section, but it's mentioned in this rule that they can verify the existence of the inventory. And to verify the existence of the inventory would mean to go into the back of your vehicle, the front of your garage, or wherever you may have that inventory residing.
Yeah, that's not
verified.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. Because the inventory, I mean, yes, the Bureau in our current rules does own a portion of the inventory, but if the operator doesn't give it back to them, they're not going to get credit for it. So, access to any facility.
They do have to have the right of access to their facility. They do have to have that. I think all of us agree on that.
I would
Derek?
think, yes, Derek.
Well, I just want to say that the reason for wanting to eliminate the things enumerated under F, like they, and clearly they have access. They don't even need to be granted permission of access to the facility. They can walk in anytime they want. It's public. They're all public. But it still should be stated. But it shouldn't be stated in the context of for purposes of operation, inspection, inventory verification, and recovery. That's just a hodgepodge of things in there that actually some of them are stated in other parts of this same rule, like K and L. K says perform periodic inspections of inventory, and L says perform periodic inspections of sites and facilities and prepare a written inspection report. So that specifies that earlier they're granted the access, but the other things that are enumerated within F aren't determined how they will occur or anything, whereas L and K, or K and L, do tell you the quality of that, what that's to be. And in one case, it's you have excess and you're going to inspect the site and the facility and write an inspection report. So that's the only reason I question that language needing to be an F.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I do. My only concern, honestly, was the equipment. I do believe the Bureau should and does have right to be able, especially the recovery part. And this doesn't refer to equipment. That's true. It refers to inventory alone. When people get off-site, off-facility storage space, whether it be in their homes or something that they rent through a rental agreement or something, and we have Bureau-owned equipment in it, I believe the Bureau should have a right to be able to get their equipment back if need be. But have the right of access to any facility, period. And that would include facility storage space if it is on site. But yeah, this other stuff's probably, I don't know why they would even need to be in any of this part. Even from their perspective. I said, other than the equipment, the equipment, they do have a right to recover equipment. So what's y'all's thought, Hero?
Derek?
Yes, Derek.
Well, the point you're making, I mean, there are the other two things that are later in L and K enumerated as reasons while they have access to the facility to do something. The same could be done with the question of equipment. But I don't know that the equipment thing is an issue anyway. They can recover their equipment and out of a public space. They have right of access to their own equipment, certainly. Now, if it's in a person's home, like your pointer, they don't have access. They can they can sue whoever for it to say we want this back, but they can't enter your home to recover even if they have ownership. There's other means to do that. So I don't think it's as big a deal as you think it is. I think built in is access to their own equipment via ownership on public property where they have a BGA, where they have an agreement with the grantor of that property.
Well, no, I'm not worried about what's on the public property. I'm worried about the equipment that operators would have in other places. And this rule particularly doesn't deal with equipment. It doesn't. I have seen circumstances, though, where we had operators store refrigeration. Somebody has a horrible noise going on, where operators stored refrigeration units either on their personal property or in a rental property that was in the operator's name, and the Bureau had no access to get to that. Now, this particular rule doesn't necessarily fix that, but that would be my only concern. Yes.
I believe that Derek addressed that a moment ago when he said that when you take possession of that equipment, you're accepting responsibility for it, and the ownership of it didn't temporarily change to you. So if you refuse to return it to the Bureau, you're financially obligated to compensate the Bureau for their lost equipment. But we want to be careful. And I mean, when an operator is removed from a facility, do we want Schaefer to show up at someone's driveway with the BE consultant and break in the garage and take the equipment? Does that sound a little far-fetched? Yes, but this rule would allow that to occur.
Yeah, no, it does. And I don't, I don't like all this other garbage in the rule. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Sally.
I think, again, we're reading way too far into this. I think basically, yes, it is to perform like the annual equipment inventory, recovery, like you guys said. But at the end of the day, if, somebody's no longer with the program and they're refusing to return our equipment, we aren't going to be involved with that. We're going to get the State Highway Patrol involved. So, I mean, by no means are we going to break into anyone's house, have keys, or it's going overboard, I think.
Yeah, which is that's Tom's point exactly. There's other means, so the rule doesn't need to say have all of this stuff. He's right. Just have the right of access to any facility, period. Is what the suggestion is, and I don't have a problem with that because you're right. The equipment takes care. I shouldn't have even brought up the equipment because it's not part of this rule, and it muddied the water. Thanks, Greg. Look what you taught me to do.
Make it clear as mud.
Yeah. So can we just say have the right of access to any facility, period?
I think so. I mean, again, we are going to need to annually check equipment and things like that. But yes, I do.
We're gonna address that in a few minutes, Sally, as we get down into those other couple letters.
All right.
Yep. Okay,
I'm
so
okay with that.
Greg, Christy.
Madam Chair, this is Greg. I had to jump off for another call, so I just jumped back in a minute ago. So I'm not really the one you want commenting on this. I haven't heard the whole discussion. So.
Now I feel bad because I kind of made a crack at you and you didn't laugh, and now I feel bad like I was talking about you behind your back. So that's no good.
No, I got on in time to hear that. I just made sure I was muted, and I hear you because I was like, Annette's going down the same path I did not that long ago. So, yeah. But I will yield to one of my staff members on this one at the moment.
Well, Sally's good with it.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair,
Yep.
this is Christy. If Sally is good with it, I'm good with it.
All
And if
right.
Sally's good with it, I'm good with it.
All right. So
Well,
we
darn
got
it, I'm good with the rest of the rules too.
Oh, well, we could just go. Okay. So F will just say, have the right of access to any facility. Yay. All right. Frank, you had more?
Yeah, I have H, and this is more of something I just want to throw out under H. It says promote and market the program. Do we just want to leave that, or do we want to add anything like, in federal and state location? I mean, I know they do that anyway, or do we just want to leave it as is written, just throwing it out for discussion if anybody has any thoughts?
Oh, I like leaving it as broad as can be.
Okay.
So that way we can market and promote it everywhere.
Okay. Well, then that moves us to K, and what I have for K is that with this, and I don't know if we want to read K for everybody's.
Perform periodic inspections of inventory.
The suggestion we came up with was have reasonable cause. That they've gotten, I don't know, maybe they've gotten multiple complaints that machines are, or, there's there's something that, all we're saying is that something triggered it. It's the language we used before.
Yeah, I'm good with that. With reasonable cause, perform periodic inspections of inventory. You good with that, Sally?
So again, this is Christy,
Aww.
Madam Chair. Again, my issue is if it's our inventory, I think it changes a little.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I don't know how much I want to get into this right now, but if we don't come to the Bureau and say, your inventory expired, we need more to continue this facility, we're trusted to keep that inventory and make sure that the value is there when we leave. But now we're never mind. I've got other things going on. I can't even get into this.
Oh, okay.
We're fine with reasonable cause.
Okay. Good. Anything else?
That brings us to L.
All right. Perform periodic inspections of sites and facilities and prepare a written inspection report.
What we came up with is the time period should be specified, such as annually. Annually, or, whatever.
Well,
so
if I think if there's calls too, for that. I don't want them to, sometimes there may need to be calls for that one too.
I can see that.
Yeah. If somebody's having, a lot of complaints, it protects the program.
Anybody else have any thoughts? Well,
Madam Chair.
Derek?
Yeah. Sally first and then Derek.
Yeah, and just a comment. Our consultants are supposed to be conducting site visits quarterly, and they have to write those up. And then, again, just the actual facility inspection is annually, but they are expected to, maybe the word inspect is a bit harsh. So they're expected to visit each site in each facility quarterly. So I don't know if that makes a difference, if we just change that verbiage.
Yeah, the inspection makes it sound like it's the written inspection. That makes it sound more, obviously, like the formal. And when we all think of the inspection, that's exactly what we think of. We don't think of them just showing up to kind of peep at things. It's the formal, inspection form that they fill out once a year. Is what we're all kind of thinking about.
Yeah, so that is just once a year, but like I said, they are expected to visit each site quarterly. So I don't know if we say perform, even if we said perform quarterly visits of sites and facilities and a written facility inspection report annually or something like that.
Derek?
Yes, Derek.
I'm with Sally. And let me give you some language. Perform an annual inspection of sites and facilities and prepare a written inspection report, and perform quarterly site visits with a written report.
Madam Chair.
Hold on. Let Derek finish.
But
I'm sorry, Derek.
No, you're fine. I don't want them not to do inspections. I want them to do inspections, but I want to know that they're going to do them annually, the official one, you know, the official inspection. And I like that they do quarterly site visits. That's a good thing. I want them involved in to that level. So I don't have a problem with that at all. I just think it needs to be, you know, set up, not periodically, but specifically.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Doug.
I'd like to include your suggestion in that language to put the word cause in somewhere.
Well, that may not be necessary because we already gave them access to the facility, so they can show up, you know.
Anytime they want.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's nothing to stop them from showing up. Like Derek said, they're public places, and
That's true, right.
so this is the formalized thing. So are we good with Derek's suggestion? Inspections annual, visits quarterly?
I'm
I
good.
am.
Yeah.
I don't. And
Sally,
I
you
don't
good?
have-
That's
I'm good with that. So it was perform annual inspections or perform an annual inspection of sites and facilities and prepare a written inspection report and perform quarterly site visits for each facility.
now. Do we want to tie the Bureau into having to come to every single site quarterly? The annual inspection is one thing. Okay, we do. Okay.
Madam Chair, it's Greg.
Yes. Yes, Greg.
Yes, I'm absolutely fine with my staff being required and expected to visit each of their facilities, each of your facilities once a quarter.
Okay. Well, when I said sites, I meant every single field post office and, you know, all of that, I guess, is and ODOT garage and all of those every quarter. That's where it went. The site part was what I was wondering.
That can get a little.
If we wanted to tie the consultants to doing that every quarter, going to every single place where we have a vending machine. But if the committee, I don't have a thought on it either way. I just didn't know if we wanted to put it in rule that tied them to that.
Should we do quarterly visits then? And I will stop. Sally's probably like, shut up, Greg. Let me handle what we're doing. So I will back out.
She would never say it out loud, though, Greg. She'd never say it out loud.
But I think there are some facilities that have quite a bit of consists of very small sites that aren't a part of like the main, you know what I mean, the a rest area or something that has, like Annette was talking about, ODOT garages attached, or multiple maybe post offices or something like that aren't, I mean, they're a part of the operation, but they're not the main part.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's something to tie them. Sally, what were you going to say?
Well, I mean, maybe in here we could say and perform quarterly visits to each facility. However, I'm going to strongly encourage the consultants to go to each site. And I do review those each quarter, and I put my initial on it. It's basically they're just turning in notes of what they saw. And if there are any issues, they're communicating that with the operator. It's
okay.
basically what it is. But if we want to change it to just perform quarterly visits to each facility, that's fine too.
I'm good with that. I think that doesn't make you have to go to every, if you miss one or, you know. Everyone good with that change? And the annual inspection and the quarterly visit.
I am.
Okay. Any other Rule 11s?
There's a couple of, and Tom and Derek will have to help me. I do not have notes 11E and 11N. And
What was the first one you said? In, and what was the other one?
11E is in Eric and 11N is in Nancy.
Y'all could have done your notes in order. Making me go back and forth. Oh, E is seek and secure. E is seek and secure suitable vending facilities. Was E. And N, I don't know what.
No,
I think that's E's a good one. In my opinion. N is participate with the local selection panel to identify suitable sites. I
don't have a.
I was gonna say I don't know what would be.
Yeah, I don't know why. Derek or Tom? Yeah, go ahead, Derek.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, those are both awesome things. Those are both, fundamental to our program. That's not the issue. The issue is that E states seek and secure suitable vending facilities, but it doesn't outline any participation with local or complete committee, whereas N does, and that's just for sites. So it seems odd that you would require involvement of the local selection panel for sites, but you wouldn't state a requirement to involve the committee or the local committee, the local selection panel, I should say, with the seeking and finding and establishment of facilities. That's all. They're both awesome things. We're just curious why the language is different for each. Did I explain that well?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just odd that one place you would say you involve a portion of the committee in another, and you don't say that at all. Either you don't say it for either, or you say it for both.
That's what the issue was. I couldn't remember what it was, Derek, because we looked at. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we could absolutely put that language in both.
Yeah, I don't see. Okay, good.
So should it be participate with the local selection panel to seek and secure suitable vending facilities?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
I think that fixes it. All right. Any more?
Ready for a motion?
I don't know. Wait and see.
Madam Chair.
Yes, John.
This is John. Yeah, I mean, I know it's semantics, but I was wondering, do we want to just pigeonhole ourselves to vending facilities or just facilities? I mean, I know, I know it's semantics, but suitable facilities or, vending facilities?
Yeah. Well, the federal law calls them all vending facilities, I think. So it probably covers it.
Okay.
So, but I would.
Again, I know it's semantics.
Yeah. Anybody else got a? All right. We ready for a motion to accept the draft Rule 11 with the changes? With the agreed upon changes. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any more discussion on Rule 11? All right. Let's vote for it. Doug?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Jim? Uh-oh. Jim's gone. Tom?
He might be muted.
Yeah, Jim and Tom, either one or both? All right, well, it passed. Even if they vote no. All right, Rule 12. Oh, what time is it? We've been at this a long time. 12:30.
Shall we take a half an hour lunch break?
Madam Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Christy.
Madam Chair, this is Rick.
Yeah.
I did have an opportunity. If we want to jump back on 10, I believe we're okay with the changes that were proposed by OVRC.
Oh, okay.
I could read those to you.
Yeah, if you could real quick, just so we know, and we're good.
Sure. All right, so starting at B as in boy, the local selection panel will evaluate whether the operator cured the violations within the designated time frame. The local selection panel shall be provided all available requested information to assist with making the evaluation. The local selection panel to determine by majority vote, or what is it? The local selection panel will determine by majority vote whether or not the terms of the performance improvement plan have been satisfied, or whether to extend the time frame to cure the violations. If the local selection panel determines that the operator does not cure the violations within the time frame, the BSBI director may terminate the operator's BOA as noted in Rule 3304-121-6.
All right. I think it's good. Anyone have any thoughts on that, or anything more with Rule 10? If not, we could consider a motion to accept the draft with the proposed changes.
I shall move.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay. Any more discussion on 10 or the changes or anything with Rule 10? Okay. Calling for the vote. Doug?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Jim? Or Tom? Okay, they're both still gone. All right. Thank you, Rick, for attending to that. And,
You're welcome.
so we still have 12, 13, and 14. And 14, I don't think we're going to be, we'll see. Let's see if we can do what we can do with 12 and 13. Rule 12. Anyone have any thoughts or?
Sure.
Madam.
Yes. John.
These are petty, but in 12D, 5 and 7, I think we should lower the number of days that the Bureau should take.
D.
One of them says it's gonna. One of them is when it's gonna mail the vote out, the ballots out, and the other one's when they're gonna notify everyone who the winner of the ballots was.
D. If a representative is absent from a meeting, the alternate representative shall participate. Oh.
No, not that one.
That's not that. Okay. That's D.
Is it E then?
Oh no! Oh, that's little.
There's a whole
D.
bunch of
Okay.
numbers after it.
There's little D's and big D's and.
Oh yeah.
Okay, hold on. I was reading the wrong D. Hold on. Let me jump through. There's a 4, 5. This is B. 6, 7, 8. There's C. There's, oh geez, there's big A's and little A's and big B's and okay, D. Special elections to fill an unexpired term of a representative. or an alternate shall be conducted in the following manner. The nominating meeting, which numbers?
5 and 7.
5, 3, 4. 5, the ballot shall be counted only if it is marked for one candidate and received on or before the 15th business day from the date the ballot was.
No, try 4. Sorry.
Okay. If more than one candidate is nominated in a district, BE shall prepare a ballot listing all the candidates and shall distribute a copy to each operator in the area within 15 business days of the date of the nominating meeting.
So the process right now can take up to 2 months, which makes, I don't see a reason for that anymore.
Yeah, that's probably a long time. That's 3 weeks to get the ballots out.
And then 3 weeks to notify or 2 weeks to
Yeah, and
notify
then 3 weeks to
people who won.
notify everybody. Yeah, within 15 calendar days of counting the ballots, BE shall inform each licensee within the area the results of the election. Yeah, that's a long time.
Well, Madam Chair, typically these are announced statewide, I think.
Well, this is a special election.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is specifically referring to special ones, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it could take, with all of this, they get so long to send out the ballot, so long to, that's 9 weeks there total that the whole process could take. That
Madam
does
Chair.
seem like a too long time. Yes, Greg.
So I think we need to make sure we're all on the same page, because I think it's calendar day. So I just want to make sure and that we're, because I heard business days. Number one, just make sure we're all on the same page about how many days we're talking here. So I don't know if Christy or whoever, somebody's.
I've got it. So there's a couple things going. There's 2 sections of this, and I think that it's not just special election, and yes, I think this is also 2 different sections, and one says business and one says calendar. Up above, when we're doing regular elections. Yeah. If only one candidate is nominated in a district, that operator shall be declared the winner. 5, and this is like on the 3rd page, so it's B5. If more than one candidate is nominated in a district, BE shall prepare a ballot listing all of the candidates, and BE shall distribute a copy to each operator in the area within 15 calendar days of the nominating meeting. So one of the things that I have a problem with this, and where it's so confusing too, is that I think we can get it into the mail much faster than that. What I don't want, I cannot determine if an operator is going to get it within 15 days. I can't control the United States Postal Service. And that's why I also think that it's a longer period because of that. Everything's snail mail, and we can't predict that. So I think we need to go back and change 5 to say something to the effect of BE shall prepare a ballot listing all candidates, and BE shall mail a copy to each operator within 5 calendar days of the nominating. I think that could be the first fix of that. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah.
Unless someone else.
Mail. I don't want to say distribute. I want to say mail a copy to each operator within 5 calendar days of the nominating meeting. And then the ballot shall be counted only if it's marked for one candidate and received on or before the 15th calendar day from the date the ballot was, see, this is where it gets confusing. It says was distributed by BE.
Or mailed. Yeah.
Mailed by BE.
Yeah.
All eligible ballots shall be counted with an OVRC representative present after this deadline has passed. The candidate receiving the most votes shall be the representative in the case of, and then it goes on. Then it says, within 15 calendar days of counting the ballots, VE shall inform each licensee within the area the results of the election. Again, I recommend that we change within 5 calendar days.
Yep, sounds good. And then if you can clean up the same thing for the special elections.
Yes, and we'll change that so it's all calendar. Now, the only thing that I'm going to mention on all of this after saying it is this, again, stays to the fact that we're mailing stuff. If at any point in time we decide to change the system, we're just going to have to open up the rule. That's why I think the word distribute was in there. You know, if it was ever done, you know, at a statewide or something. But let's just go with mail right now. And if the system changes, we'll just open the rule and change how we do elections.
Okay.
Probably we'll reevaluate it for sure the next review.
The only thing I'll throw a wrench into that is the how did it read it? About the informing. Of counting the ballots. Okay, never mind. Because after you count them. I thought we had to count them within the 5 days. Okay.
No.
Okay,
and when
good.
John called me the other day, I said I was not going to put a time limit on that because it takes coordination between BE and the chair.
There you go. Yep, that's where I was worried about.
Yep. No.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Doug.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Christy, are you sure you want to make these things calendar? Because if my interpretation is correct, calendar means that you include Saturday and Sunday in your count, right?
Yes.
So it would seem to me that you're screwing yourself out of 2 days.
So, and I'm fine going back to this. I think it just needs to be one or the other. It needs to be all business or all calendar. And if everyone's fine, let's just go business. And again, I also want to
5 business days is good.
Yep, we'll go back to business. And I also want to make sure that when we're informing each licensee, that doesn't have to be by mail. It doesn't say that right now, but BE shall inform each licensee. Generally, we pick up the phone or we email. We might follow up by mail with everyone, but it says each licensee within the area. Generally, inform means that we inform them, but not necessarily by mail. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Okay. As long as they know, I don't care.
All right. So, Madam Chair, if somebody has large print as their preferred format or something, they're not necessarily going to mail it in large print. They could call them or communicate it by the phone or something if they don't have email. And we do have a few people who don't have email. So.
Yep.
Yeah, and
as long
again,
as they
I
get
think
told.
we're okay because it says shall inform. It doesn't say mail. It says shall inform.
Okay. Anything else with Rule 12?
Madam Chair, is there something supposed to be in there about scheduling of meetings? I'm just asking because we didn't.
Scheduling of meetings.
So, Madam Chair, it says just like right now, BE shall schedule and conduct a nominating meeting on or before the
No, I'm talking about. Hey, Derek, help me here with.
In the July meeting, there's a requirement for the committee to schedule the regular meetings for the following year.
Right.
And that doesn't seem to appear anywhere. It's not in the. It's
Is
not
that
in the
in Rule
bylaws.
1?
It's not in the rules. Is it? Maybe.
I thought it was in Rule 1 under regular meeting. So let me look.
Under definition. Yeah. Okay.
Under definitions for regular meeting. Is that Stella? Stella's not helping.
That was Stanley, so he can do whatever the heck he wants.
Oh, Stanley can. Yeah, Stanley. He's the hero. He can do whatever he wants. Regular meeting means the meetings of the OVRC that are required to occur at least twice each federal fiscal year, and any other meetings scheduled, I'm reading one-handed here, any other meetings scheduled in a month. A schedule of all regular meetings, including dates and times, will be set in July of each year, and any meeting not on this list shall be considered a special meeting. So yeah, it's in Rule 1 under definitions.
Well, yeah, but the definitions doesn't, I mean, shouldn't it just go ahead and put another letter in there in Rule 12 so that it's available and not something somebody has to assume that they can find in the definitions? I mean, it should be part of the rule, just like all those things are part of a rule. Yeah.
There is something in Rule 12 I thought about how special meetings are called, so it might be able to fit right there. Somewhere in Rule 12. About the whole thing about within so many days, a special meeting, blah, 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 blah. Maybe I'm wrong in that.
Madam Chair, are you wanting a definition in Rule 12? Is that what we're talking about?
No, it wouldn't be a definition. It would be about the scheduling. But it kind of is a definition.
The requirement to schedule the regular meetings for the following year in the July meeting. That's all.
And then special elections, it says shall be conducted or shall be conduct a nominating meeting as soon as reasonably possible.
No. We're talking about the OVRC meetings, not the election.
The regular meeting. The regular meeting.
I could read the definition of regular meeting, and it does have a schedule of all regular meetings, including dates and times, will be set in July of each year, and any meeting not on this list shall be considered a special meeting.
Yeah, I think that's the part.
Did you recognize me in that?
No, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I mean, it's just that that's one of the things that the committee's supposed to do. So it should just be enumerated along with all the other things that the committee's supposed to do in Rule 12. That's all. It's simple. It should just state somewhere that on the first meeting following July 1, the committee shall schedule regular meetings for the following 12 months or a year or whatever. That's all.
Yeah, because it does talk about scheduling a special meeting. Under I, says the BSBI director shall meet with the committee at least twice each federal fiscal year. Special meetings of the committee shall be convened within 10 business days of the written request of the majority of its members or upon the written request of the BSBI director. Committee, it goes into that bearing the cost and stuff, but somewhere in this vicinity, it should talk about the schedule for regular meetings should be made in July.
By the committee.
Yeah, by the committee, yes, yeah. It probably belongs in that paragraph there somewhere.
Madam Chair, how about something simply, where it refers, I don't remember what the exact verbiage was, but the 2 meetings required in addition to all other meetings scheduled at the July meeting. something to that effect.
Yeah, maybe it should say something like, I should start off, like John said, kind of like, I should start out at the July regular meeting. OVRC shall prepare a schedule of all regular meetings for the next calendar year. Then it can go on, the BSBI director shall meet with the committee at least twice each federal fiscal year. I think all that can be in part of I. Because then it talks about how you schedule special meetings and stuff too. So,
Madam Chair, what if, so we have regular meeting defined in Nancy and Rule 1. In the second sentence, we could pull that out and just put it in Rule 12, and that would read, OVRC shall schedule all regular meetings, including dates and times, to be set in July of each year. And any meeting not on this list shall be considered a special meeting.
yeah, that's great.
Perfect. Boom.
Just pop it there in Rule 12, any old place.
To
Probably
avoid
around I.
duplication. Okay, so to avoid duplication, and I'll pull that sentence. I'll cut it from Nancy in Rule 1, and I'll put it, where do you guys suggest?
Probably around I, the letter I.
Yeah. Okay.
When it talks about scheduling and stuff.
Okay. How about the
anything
what
else?
If I make it
I'm sorry.
number 1 under I. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else with Rule 12?
The election of officers doesn't go in there. It's in the bylaws, correct?
It's in the bylaws, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just double check.
Yeah. Okay. Would anyone like to move to accept the draft of Rule 12 with the agreed upon changes?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
With the changes.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any more discussion of Rule 12? All right, let's do the vote. Frank?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Larry? Uh-oh. Are we losing it? We're going to lose our quorum here at some point. Oh, Larry?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. All right. Jim? Are you back? Or Tom? All right. We still don't have those two. All right. Let's knock out 13 real quick. I hope. And then we'll have them all through except for 14, which obviously there's more discussion on, and 3, which we're going to wait to see a draft back for. So, Rule 13. I know there was...
Yeah, me and Derek and I were looking at something last night, and we were trying to figure this out. We have what I have down is Rule 13.9, and it talks about paragraph C.
9. Has had the BOA terminated at least 2 times pursuant to paragraph C of Rule 6 of the Administrative Code. That's one of those, yeah, that's, we just talked about this. Christy, that's one of those goofy ones where it says Rule C, that's for all the things that can terminate a bureau operator agreement. Obviously, we don't want to take people's licenses away if they resign or the BGA gets canceled, you know, for no fault of the operator or anything like this, where this ties it to everything in paragraph C.
So wait. So we need to tease out the ones that aren't applicable for number 9 in paragraph C of 06.
Yeah, or you probably want to put in the ones that are applicable would probably be the better ways to do that.
Okay, I'm trying to pull up Rule 6 here.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to try and find here. Yo, I'm getting hungry. All right, here's Rule 6. C. Like we have failure to satisfy the terms of performance improvement plan. That may be, failure of an operator to pay any fee required by the BOA, BGA, or permit, or to submit an MOR within 30 days after being. Yeah, that's a bad one. Termination of the BGA, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. That one should not be in there. Definitely. You shouldn't lose your license if that happens to you twice. Revocation of or suspension of the operator's license. Well, that's kind of a catch-22 there.
Kind of redundant, isn't it?
Yeah, that's kind of a weird one. For reasons noted in paragraph B of this rule, okay, that's like the shock removal stuff. That should still be there. BE approval of written notice of resignation by the operator to BE. That should not be in 13. Or otherwise listed in the rules. That probably shouldn't be in there either, because we don't know what all that encompasses. There's at least 3 of them, if not 4 of them, that shouldn't be part of Rule 13. And then it's up for discussion if the other one should be or not, but those ones definitely shouldn't be.
So let me get this straight. So G1 and 2,
I think the goal is to only go after people's licenses if they did bad things. 2 times they lose a bureau operator agreement 2 times due to bad things that the operator did. All of these things are not bad things that the operator did, is our point.
So failure to satisfy the terms and failure to pay a fee required, those things are kind of combined now. They're combined. And then termination of the BGA, whether voluntary or involuntary. So
that one should not be. I mean, if the BGA is canceled, that shouldn't lose you shouldn't lose your license over that. That's not the operator's fault.
Yeah, maybe the building or the facility is closing. I mean, completely, or
yeah,
state or
and
who knows.
if it is the operator's fault, then we have other means to deal with that.
So what screws us up on that one is the fact that it says involuntary. I mean, yeah.
Well, involuntary means, I don't know that means the operator. I think that's the program. Termination of the BGA, whether voluntarily or involuntary. I don't necessarily mean involuntary means that the operator did anything wrong.
And bureau grantor agreement, or bureau.
It may not mean that anybody did anything wrong. It's just closing.
Sarah?
So how do we address the fact if an operator has 2 BGAs that have been terminated and that they are responsible for that? And so unless how can we ensure that I don't want someone to continually be able to have, if it's due to their negligence. I don't want to continue to have an operator have a license that has caused the termination of multiple BGAs.
Understood. Derek?
Well, first of all, the term here, termination of the BGA, whether voluntary or involuntary, that's talking about the action of the Bureau terminating the BGA, not the operator causing the BGA to be terminated, first off. And if an operator is directly or indirectly the cause of a BGA being terminated, it can be dealt with other ways. But that term here definitely means if the Bureau voluntarily, because we don't want it anymore, or involuntarily because the grantor ended it and we have no choice but to end it, that's what it's talking about. It's not talking about anything to do with the actions of the operator.
No, it's under C. The BSCI director or designee may terminate a BOA for the following reasons. Okay, termination of BGA, whether voluntary or involuntary. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just a sad circumstance. This has nothing to do with the operator's performance. This is just...
Okay, so let's go back and try to figure out what's the intention for terminating the licenses. Because in the old rule, it did cite G1, 2, 6, and 7, at least 2 times pursuant to G1, 2, 6, and 7. So let me...
Yeah, now we're on C because we changed all the letters. So.
Right.
Madam Chair, G1 in the current rule is the failure of an operator to pay any fee required through the BOA, BGA, or permit.
Okay.
Close it. So let's marry that up with C and
C would be, that would be 2. C2 of the new rule.
Okay. So C2. All right. And now G2 in the current Rule 13 is the failure of an operator to submit an MOR or inventory at the designated BE location.
And that's not even in here anymore.
Right.
So then we'll take that out.
Yeah.
All right. Now, G6, is in the current rule as for reasons noted in paragraph F of this rule with active participation of OVRC going up to F is the BSBI may immediately suspend, so it's the suspension language.
That's going to be in the current draft 5.
B as in boy, right?
Yeah. C, it would be B, but it would be C5.
In C5, okay.
Yeah.
I see that. All right, and then G, let's see here. G7 is the last one in Rule 13, current Rule 13, and that is failure of an operator to successfully complete a PIP.
Okay, and that's 1. For some reason we put it at 1.
C1.
Yeah.
So we have
C1,
C1, C2, and C5.
Yes.
I think that's right. That's right. And because the other one never pointed to that termination of BGA, so that is right.
All right.
Okay.
So current Rule 13. So we're going down to 9. Pursuant to C, let's just do this. Pursuant to C1, C2, and C5 of Rule 3304, 12106 of the Admin Code.
That's it. Yep.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Doug.
I'm a little confused. Christy was talking about an operator that has failed twice to to do something which I forget exactly what the rule says or the underlying sentence under Rule 13, but she was talking about didn't want to give an operator that's failed twice to have a third shot to do the same thing.
So
have we
Doug,
resolved that?
Yeah, we have. Doug, please ignore what I said because we've addressed that in other areas. I think we're fine.
Oh, okay.
Eric was
All right.
at this pointing towards that right now. And once I read that, it's, you know, again, a BGA could be terminated because the business went out of business. So
Right.
that shouldn't be in this rule. We're
Okay.
Good.
Hence my confusion.
No, that's okay, Doug. It was a little confusing there.
Yeah.
Anything else with Rule 13? Okay. Do we have a motion to accept the draft as amended by the, you know, with the changes that we just did?
I so move.
Okay, is there a second?
I will second.
Okay. Any more discussion on Rule 13? All right. For the vote, Doug,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Frank,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
do we have Jim or Tom? I'm sorry. You know, and I Christopher, are you on here?
I am.
I am so sorry. I have
That's okay.
neglected to call on you all of these times that
I have been unavailable.
When Tom was unavailable, that is
Yeah,
a definite
that's okay.
thing that I did wrong, and I apologize.
Yeah, I should have spoke up, but
Yeah.
I heard all the yes. And
I absolutely apologize to you for that.
That's okay.
That is
Yeah.
not.
Speak up, Christopher. Sometimes we
get into
Don't
a
be afraid.
rhythm and a routine, and I'm not trying to justify it. I'm really sorry.
That's
that
okay.
was
At one point
inexcusable
I
on my
heard it.
part.
At one point or another, I heard that it would have gone through anyway, so I just did. Okay. But that was my fault. I should have spoke up.
Thank you. No, it was definitely mine. I'm supposed to be conducting this, so. Okay.
turning
So
the
that.
roll call, and I don't know.
Yeah. So we are through every rule but rules 3, which we tabled to get more language on, and 14, which right now we have been at an impasse on. So I guess we can move forward with our local meetings with every rule but 3 and 14.
Are we going to, Madam Chair, are we going to talk about the draft or not today? Or
I don't know. I mean, it's after 1.
Oh.
I don't know if folks want to do, we should probably take some kind of break if we're going to. Bureau folks, are you guys prepared to talk about anything with Rule 14? Or I know you guys got that draft yesterday late.
So, Madam Chair, we have a couple things. So it is a little after 1, and
yeah.
Like you, I'm a little hungry. I think we can break. I don't think it's not a huge long conversation. I think we just need to go over a couple things, and then we could probably get another piece of draft language ready for everybody. And I think we can get stuff out to everybody early next week on the updates to 3 and see where we land on 14. I think we're really close on 14 actually. So can we take like a half-hour break?
Yeah, I'm good with
everybody
that.
Grab a bite to eat, and then like at 1:40, we'll just say 1:40, we all kind of get back on.
I'm good with that. Everyone good with that?
I'm good with that.
Yep. All right. We'll break to 1:40.
All right. Thank you.
Well, Do we have, I know we have a lot of folks on here. Bureau folks, are you on here?
Yeah.
Kelsey's here.
Okay, Kelsey, and I hear Christy and
Amy.
Amy, okay. Wait, maybe I heard
Sally.
Christy. Sally, okay. I know I'm here. Frank, Doug, Tom, Scott. I think I heard Scott. Scott, are you here?
Yep.
Okay. Larry, are you here? Okay, Larry's not back yet. Jim, are you here? Okay. We'll figure that out if we go further. Greg, are you on here? Or are you muted? Okay.
Hello, Greg's here.
Okay. All right. Rick, Ethan? Yeah.
It's Ethan. I'm here.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we
Rick's
can
here.
get into, okay, hey, Rick. To Rule 14. And I did a draft. I sent it out to everybody yesterday. I really tried hard to capture everything that Greg and Christy and I talked about earlier in the week, and try to get the committee's concerns in it, tried to get the Bureau's concerns in it. I hope it was good. So we could kind of start with that. I don't know if everybody read it or what, but Derek, do you have it available? And just for the committee, I did change one word in it prior to sending it to the Bureau, and that was based on some feedback I received. When it talked about what is grievable in the draft everyone saw, I said ongoing and continuous issues, and I changed the word continuous to repetitive. So, based on some feedback.
I have it up in that if you want me to read the whole thing. It's
Yeah,
pretty lengthy, so it's up to you.
Did everybody see it? Do we feel comfortable talking about it, or?
Yes. Did you get my comments, Annette?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay. Well, maybe we don't have to read it then.
Madam Chair, this is Greg.
Yes, Greg.
I can kind of run through, kind of where we're at, and kind of where we received it, and go through, and then we can circle back to whatever else you guys want to talk about. I can kind of run through how we got to where we're at, and where it currently sits.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, I had a couple discussions over the week since the other meeting, one with Annette, and Derek had reached out, and I thought they were really helpful and productive around Rule 14 and the grievance process. And then we even had another discussion with Annette. Gosh, it's Groundhog Day. I think it was this week, wasn't it Monday?
It was
Either
Monday.
way.
Yeah.
Thank you. So yeah, I get up and I go from one floor of my house to the other floor of my house, and that's my work, that's my work commute. So the days run together a little bit. Anyway, so we talked, and so where we've landed, you've seen, it sounds like she's talked to you, but we liked having that language in the beginning of the rule about talking to your OVRC rep, and with the consultant, and I believe the area manager, before deciding to file the grievance. We talked through that at length a little bit. That came out of the discussion about, do we move the informal to before the grievance, outside the grievance process? And, as we talked through that, legal had showed us, that reached out to other states to see how many grievances and appeals and hearings they do, and kind of what their process. And what we found is that informal process really resolves a huge amount of those issues before the grievance needs to move forward. So we all kind of talked through that, and we kind of felt like that the informal process works. So that's where kind of that language about, you know, setting it up to, and again, you can't, it's not 100% foolproof, or not foolproof, but that somebody won't follow it, but really encouraging and kind of setting that expectation that we're all talking, and whether it's the operator and OVRC rep first and then bringing it, or just the operator talking to their consultant and area manager, so that everybody's on the same page. Because, you know, as we talked about, sometimes we had no idea that there was an issue until the grievance was filed even. And then it does quickly or easily get resolved at the informal, but maybe even those can get resolved before a grievance is filed. So that's kind of where we landed there. And then, so, you know, we had discussions and brought up that, you know, some of the time frames just seemed really long, and it drew this process out in terms of the hearings and when things need to be decided and responses. So that's kind of talking about shrinking those time frames down from, I think it was like 6 months to 60 days on scheduling the hearing and the like, because, you know, it doesn't benefit either of us to have things drag out that long when we're searching for a remedy to an issue. So that's kind of where those pieces came from. And so the other piece was, you know, we'd had lots of discussion around the items of, you know, standing with active participation, ministerial employment, and timeframes. And so we talked, and, you know, on Monday, you know, we said, look, you know, we can, you know, we're fine taking the active participation piece out. You know, we felt like we wanted to keep the ministerial and the employment issues in, you know, that we were more comfortable with those not being in the grievance process. But, you know, and it was Annette's idea when she was talking to me a couple weeks before that about having, and I kept calling it a sit down, and it sounds like a mafia thing, but, you know, having a mediation of sorts with the area manager sitting down with the operator and the consultant to resolve, to come to a resolution on those issues. So then the other piece, as we all know, is the timeliness. And, you know, I took, you know, what you guys were talking and about and, you know, discussed it with back at OOD, and, you know, we came back to Annette and said, you know, and I understand where you're coming from. I understand your position, but that, you know, is there something, you know, we're over here at 30, 45 days. You guys are here at your spot. You know, is there somewhere, you know, that you guys might be comfortable with in setting up that time frame? And you know, and then Annette had brought up from what West Virginia had with kind of the ongoing, repetitive, or continuous. And so, you know, so, you know, you guys came back with a year, and we're good with that. You know, we agree on a 1 year time period to file a grievance. And so I want to talk a little bit about the ongoing and continuous. So I'm going to be honest, I liked it. I thought the idea was, it was intriguing at the beginning. And part of it was hedging my bets, because I wasn't sure about the 1 year, or if it was, I thought the time frame might be shorter, but 1 year. And what concerns me about the ongoing and repetitive is, looking back, I read through the West Virginia section again, and West Virginia has a 15-day limit to file a grievance, which I'm like, that's, you may not know something. You may, you know, you have 15
I told you
days,
not to look at that part, Greg.
I couldn't help myself, Annette. You told me not to, which meant I had to look at it. So, and then, so in thinking about it, you know, if Sally did something to Annette, and Annette was like, yeah, that kind of sucked, but, you know, we talked through it. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't want to file a grievance. And then 20 days later, Sally does it again. And all of a sudden, West Virginia is like, yeah, you're outside of your 15-day window. So the repetitive thing, I think, is also to help not totally strip away the ability to file a grievance on something that keeps happening. You know, from our position, or from how I'm looking at it, if you have a year to file it, I think that should cover, I mean, just about everything. But the bigger thing, as I was thinking through it and working through it, is that I feel like it creates another gray area. And what we're trying to do here is really narrow those gray areas down, and so we don't have some of this ambiguity. And, you know, this, I feel like it gives us, we're the gatekeepers again. And we're the ones who decide whether it's repetitive. And, you know, I feel like it, even though this is one of those things where in hindsight, we may realize it causes more problems because we've worked good, and we think we've avoided the other issues that we've had with accepting grievances, but then we've created this other area where it's going to rear up because we're the ones who have to decide it, and we're still the gatekeepers on that. So, you know, we feel like we can agree to all the other stuff, but we're not comfortable and have concerns about the ongoing and repetitive issue. Everything else, correct me if I'm wrong, Sally or Christy, if there's anything else in there that I missed, but I think we're good with everything except for that one piece.
Okay, and that's great. That's wonderful. The only thing I'll say is let's try and think of something that if circumstances change, and that's where kind of the rubber hits the road then, I think, when it is something that somebody's been doing over and over and over and over again, but now all of a sudden there's a difference, there's a change in circumstance. Even, and they're being, and I mean, we all know what's out there, so we don't need to hide it, like the payment of commissions. If there's something, somebody's doing it over and over and over and over again, but something changes, such as order or AG opinion or something that manifests that wasn't there when the operator first originally agreed to it, then we got to have some protection there that allows the operator to say things have changed now. So now I'm having to do something that I don't believe I should have to do anymore.
So, Madam Chair, and I'll let Rick clean up anything, but I think what you're pinpointing there is when something changed. So if there was an order, a court case, you know, if something happened, that's then at the point, and then your 12-month clock, I believe, would start from there at that point then to file a grievance on some action that you'd been doing over and over. Then there's some court order, a hearing, something that happened. There's your point where your clock would start on our rule, on what we're proposing moving forward, that you would have 12 months from that point of whenever that decision came down to file a grievance.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Rick. I don't know if you're waiting for me, but yeah, that's correct. That's on point.
Madam Chair, I don't don't believe that completely solves the problem. In fact, it's you know, like I've said before, circumstances change in facility. You know, over however many years, a building population could have declined due to, I don't know, teleworking or just a variety of things, or people being moved out of the building into a different part of the city or something of that nature. But yet, if we have an operator paying commission, which has become, you know, where the commission is almost as much or more than the sales that are being generated, you know, something did change. It wasn't, you know, and
well, let me try and help. Let me make up something. We get off the commission. I know that's the example we all like. That's what's going on. But say I have several vending machines in around a campus or something. And there's one vending machine that's just not performing. It's it's a pain. Nobody goes there. It's just sitting there, and I'm putting product in. I'm taking out dates out or moving product and this and that. And I asked the program, let's get rid of this machine. Program tells me, no, we don't want you to get rid of the machine. We want you to keep it. Now, I could grieve that, and we won't get into discussion whether that's a good idea or not, but say I think it's a good idea. I want to grieve it. I want to grieve that this machine is here. What I'm worried would happen is I could put in my grievance, I am grieving the fact that you told me, no, I can't move this machine. This happened on such and such a date. You're going to come back and say, well, you've had that machine there for 10 years that you've been at the facility, so you're not timely. And that's where the rubber meets the road. Yes.
Madam Chair, yeah. So it's the agents from the agency action. So the agency action in that case would be the BE program telling you that you can't remove it.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I would argue. But Rick, somebody in your chair is going to tell me, they're going to look at the grievance, make the determination as to whether it's timely, and say, we're going to argue that this isn't timely because they've been filling this machine for 10 years and had no problem with it. So we're going to make the determination that it's not timely. And now all of a sudden it's over.
Madam Chair, no, there's
even though the operator sees it one way and the program sees it the other, that's the problem that's been, that's where the rubber's met the road this whole time.
Madam Chair, it's Greg.
Yeah. Yes.
So again, you were able to point to, if there's a decision, Christy sends you the email saying, yeah, no, we're not moving, we're not taking that machine out. There's a date and time where you've asked us, and the action that we took, we gave you a no. So that's the date that you would be grieving and the date the clock would start.
I agree with
Dormer, that's not what you've done. I filed a grievance 3 hours after I sent Sally Nunes a letter stating I wasn't going to pay my commission anymore and asking her to inform the grantor. And you guys went all the way back to the date that I signed my agreement when Paul Balazzi's, Jim Cyrus's attorney, told me that morning that the court decision that he sat in did affect federal property. The program tried to keep that from me until, as long as they could. But, I was informed of that by Paul Balazzi's. I told Sally Nunes, I sent her an email saying, can you please inform DSCC that this commission is illegal? She said, no, and if you don't pay it, you'll be in violation of your agreement. I filed agreements that very same day. So you can say that, but my grievance was about a failure that's ongoing on the part of the program. And by you guys assigning dates to things that are subjective, it's no longer a ministerial act. It's not, and at that point it was a hardship for me because I was concerned that I would not have the revenue to pay that commission. And that's why I, didn't want to pay it. And I actually, didn't pay it. So, anyway, but that's the position that you guys take, is to go all the way back to the date of the agreement just for your convenience.
Yeah, that's the type of thing. And I know we don't want to get into specific grievances and this and that, but that's the worry right there, is the worry that there is a disagreement as to the time frame. And we know where we stand with that as of right now. You guys could make an argument, the Bureau could make an argument in my vending machine scenario, that you've been filling that machine since the time you signed your Bureau operator agreement, so we don't believe it's timely. I agree with you. I would think that it would be exactly what you said. I was told no, so the clock stops there. But I don't believe, if push came to shove, that the Bureau's attorneys would see it that way. They would find the argument not to deal with the grievance.
Madam Chair, so I think the distinguishing fact between those two examples or hypotheticals. Well, one's not a hypothetical, right? But would be, you know, the language that's in the current rule and the language I believe still in the proposed rule of when an operator reasonably should have became aware of the action or inaction that is at issue. So regarding the commissions, you know, there were various points. I think there were a couple lawsuits, and then there was the AG opinion that came out that put commissions at issue. So that's a distinguishing factor here. So you know, the scenario you presented is that you realize that a vending machine is empty and you stop filling it, and you say, hey, I'm going to stop filling it because I noticed it's empty. You know, so you reasonably became aware of that situation, or BE became reasonably aware of that situation even at the time that Sally Nunes was made aware of it.
Right, I know. You're arguing what the operator would argue, and maybe I'm not being clear, but that's not what you would do once the grievance was filed. As the Bureau's attorney, you would go through the grievance and say, is there a way I can get rid of this? And so then you would protect your client, and you would build the argument that the operator was aware that they had to fill that machine when they signed their Bureau operator agreement. That's the exact argument you would make. You would not make the argument on behalf of the operator. You would make it on behalf of the Bureau, which is what your job is. And you would say, hey, we can get rid of this grievance by saying that they should have known it at the time of when they signed their agreement, not all these months or years later when the sales went down. So that's the argument we're going to make against it, and we're going to throw the grievance out.
Well, Madam Chair, there were things that occurred even after the BGA was signed. You know, there was, I'm blanking on the lawsuit that occurred in the past based on commissions, but there was also the 2014 AG opinion that came out. You know, things like that are, you know, well in the past as well.
Right, I understand that. So you could have went back to any of them. My point is, you didn't take the most recent event. You're going to take one to make the grievance untimely.
I believe the most recent event that was brought up in that grievance was that the operator was paying commissions monthly.
And Madam Chair, that's an ongoing or repetitive or recurring issue, whatever language you want to use.
Right, and so that's why, and we're close. I appreciate the fact that we're very close. I do. I'm not trying to be problematic here by any means, but I'm just worried that the 1 year thing is great. That gives a lot more time and everything, but when I'm still worried about the ability to be able to find some notion, some way that somebody could say, well, you know, say it's a violation of law. Let me think. I'm trying to think of an example. The Bureau didn't do something, hadn't been doing something, ignorantly didn't do, I don't know, something they should have been doing based on the Randolph-Shepard Act. And an operator grieves that. Well, the Bureau could turn around and say, well, we haven't been doing that for 10 years. So now all of a sudden you're grieving it, so your grievance is untimely. I mean, that's the type of thing that I'm worried about. You know, well, we had one recently. It wasn't thrown out for non-timeliness. It was thrown out for another reason. But, you know, someone could make an argument. Well, gee, we've never done that. So how can you grieve it now? Or advocating. Let's say the thing, the failure to advocate. Well, we've never done that. We haven't gone to your grantor in 10 years asking them for that. So why all of a sudden are you grieving it now? that we're failing to advocate. We haven't advocated for you in 10 years, so you're untimely. I know some of these are a little bit ridiculous, but I'm trying to show you where the examples are why it's a problem.
So, Madam Chair, it's Greg.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Greg. Or Madam Chair.
Good, Greg.
Okay, thank you. So, here's what I will say. There is going to be no way. I don't know how we get to, even this repetitive and recurring. Again, we're still the gatekeeper on that, and that's in. I don't know how. I don't know if the repetitive thing would, again, pointing to where it happened. I don't know if that, and I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to formulate my thought before I started. So, we're talking about the one example, and I don't know, even under the repetitive thing, if we would come to the same. I don't know. And I don't want to relitigate that one right now at the moment.
Right, right.
What I'm saying is that when there's a pinpointed action or inaction, there's a 12-month period, and and we took out the active participation. We're trying to work with you and move the needle, and I understand your guys' point and where you're coming from, but
oh man, thanks for your help this week. I will see you Monday.
Sorry, Greg.
No, it's okay. Tom's working, so
yeah,
we'll give him a pass. And so it feels like we're adding a very gray, at least from my side, and I'm very afraid we're actually going to create a whole nother area of where we're at odds, where I will throw this out there that as we said, we have a different view, and if rules aren't working, we can engage in discussions of changing them, but I don't know if we can give this a shot and see how it works. And, we're committed to making sure that we're hearing grievances and, that meet the criteria. And it's not from lack of trying, and it's not from that I feel like that we can't make things better. I don't know where it's. I'm trying to figure out how we can go without. I'm trying to not make things worse and create more, more of these decisions. I feel like what we've been working towards was taking out some of those decisions where it's pretty obvious that these are things that we can grieve, and these two that we can't. We go through this path. I'm just, again, I keep repeating that, but I'm worried that this creates just another gray area or a bottleneck for us. So I will.
I understand.
Kick it over to Tom.
No, and you guys have come a long way. We're appreciative of that. We know you've tried, and I think the committee has too. So I think everybody is trying to work at something here. So, Tom?
I just want to give another example, and it's the topic I called you about last night, or I spoke to you about last night. There's an operator who has, for a long time, been forced to deal with some things from their grantor that they shouldn't have to deal with. They've been assured that those things would be addressed, and now it's getting to a point where they haven't been addressed, and it's more imperative than ever that he be able to make as much money as possible. And under this interpretation or this verbiage in this rule, he may not be able to grieve that because it's been something that's been going on since he's been in that facility. And this is it's not about filling a machine. It's not about paying commissions. It's about the grantor dictating pricing to him. And so there's a few examples where, and I understand your misgivings, Greg, with that particular wording, and I'm flexible on the wording, but to say that, or to give the impression that if it's a thing that has gone on for several years and you today decide you want to grieve it, that's not allowed, that's a problem, because operators oftentimes will give the Bureau the benefit of the doubt, or will put up with something as long as they possibly can until it just becomes untenable. And this would prohibit them from being able to do anything about it ever. So the only recourse they would have is the first time anything didn't go right would be to file a grievance. And that doesn't help an operator like this that I'm referring to. And Madam Chair, I yield the floor back.
Oh, that's fine, Tom. That was a great example.
So help me, and so I think maybe, and I think we had this discussion back over the summer. You know, I think part of what we all have to do, and I've told my staff this, and I think, you know, this grievance process is there for a reason, and you know, we had to go through this in VR that, you know, grievance isn't a bad thing. It's how you get and resolve issues. And I know, and I've heard stories, and you guys over the time have told me about how, no, I just wanted to work with my consultant to get it solved. And that's where I think, and I get that, and I appreciate that too, because, you know, it's always good that I hear that people want to work with each other, and that, you know, we feel like we should get it done. But, you know, if there's a period of time and it's something ongoing, and something hasn't been resolved, or we're not doing something, then the grievance should be filed. And at this point, it's 12 months, I guess. And, you know, and I know this is happening, and I'm not blaming or saying anything. It's not judgment, but, you know, I feel like if you've got 12 months now to file the grievance and have these discussions and move to the informal, that we should be able to cover anything that's repetitive and ongoing. You know, a year's a long time, and you know,
it is, Greg. It really is.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Well, when Greg's done, sorry.
No,
and so
I just, that's where I'm trying to, some of this, and I'm trying to figure out how to say this so it makes sense, so I don't repeat what I did at this meeting earlier. But I feel like part of this too is trying to look at how we could do things, how we would do it differently with this year, and how we would approach things. Versus under the old rule, and how we've done things in the past, of letting things go. So some of this is also making some adjustments in how we handle some of these situations, and not letting things go for too long, and making sure that, you know, we're raising these issues up timely. Because again, some of this too, and I will say, like, there's times where I hear things for the first time, you know, and Christy does, or we do it at these meetings where, and sometimes it's because the operator hasn't said anything, and sometimes, you know, we find out that our staff were trying to work on something, and it didn't get reported up the chain either. And you know, I don't know. I'm going to stop. I'll turn it over to Frank.
No, go ahead.
I don't want to dominate the conversation.
No, it's fine, Greg.
No,
go ahead, Frank.
My question, what I was thinking about, you know, Greg has cited the 12 months, and if the Bureau would if I think the committee would entertain reducing that time frame, if they would consider the language we are talking about as far as ongoing or recurring issues, we could have a discussion about, you know, if they don't want it to be quite 12, you know, maybe it's, and I'm just throwing this out, I'm not saying we should or shouldn't do it, because I'm the only one speaking. We could dial that back to 6 months, and if we could get some kind of language in there. The biggest concern is when a grievance gets filed and it seems like the auto kickback is, no matter what it is, it's, you know, untimely. That's the big one. And, you know, and there is, you know, and I think we're trying to protect people who didn't realize they really should have went through the grievance process pretty early on and said, well, like I think Tom had said earlier, well, we were trying to give the agency the benefit of the doubt, let them do their job. And I've even said as a rep to people before, hang on, don't jump the gun, give them a chance, let's see what they can do. I've even said it as a, you know, to the committee before, well, let's let this play out and see what happens. Now, that doesn't always turn out the way it's supposed to, and it's not necessarily any one person's fault. Sometimes it's, you know, on the greener side or whatever, but I was just trying to see from Greg's standpoint or from the agency standpoint if there was any willingness to maybe adjust the time frame a little bit downward to try and incorporate the language we were looking at or wanting, and or anything like that, or if this conversation is that part of it pointless, I guess is where I'm going with this.
So I would say, sorry, Madam Chair, it's Greg.
Yep, go ahead, Greg.
So, I would say, I wouldn't call any of the conversation and how we're trying to work through these things as pointless. Again, I'll be honest, and Rick will cringe when I say this, I like the year because I feel like it allows some of that time for the operator to still feel like, hey, I don't have to like start the clock in my head at 45 days and, feel like I'm writing my consultant and I've got a little bit of time on this. It also, it gives time to establish any repeated or recurring issues within a year. Because again, the recurring or ongoing, it worries me because that can be indefinite. I feel like it opens. It's a liability. It's murky. I feel like it's putting some language in there that allows for us as the Bureau to make some decisions where we may feel we're right and you guys don't. And it's because you've given, and I know I sound like a broken record. I keep going to what we were trying to do was take as many of these decision points, gateway issues out as possible and try to figure out how do we change it so that it does open things up and it allows for it's more liberal, so shall we say, and how long people can have to file a grievance. And I feel like we've worked towards that, but this I think it adds an issue. And I guess my question is thinking about this, not trying to apply this to something that happened in the past or maybe has even started under this old rule, but how do we change how we do things under this, could be the new rule with the 1 year, and not letting things go for for a long time, but realizing you do have some time. It does allow to establish a pattern, the language about, engaging with your OVRC rep and engaging with the BE and the Bureau staff, so that there's the having these discussions before we even get to the grievance process. And so I don't want to totally shoot it down, Frank, but I'm going to be honest. Like I said, I like the 1 year. I feel like it gives plenty of time for things to be resolved, patterns to be established, and gives the operators time to file a grievance on something that may have happened. And I don't know if I don't want to put something in to try and correct something in the past that I may actually create more issues going forward versus, we've gotten rid of one totally with the active participation. We've got a process for the ministerial and the employment, and we've extended the time frame there. So I hear you, but I'm not convinced that that's not going to cause more problems. So thank you,
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Doug.
Okay, I just want to ask a question of Rick and Greg. As an operator, if I decide to grieve something, I want to, of course, to attempt to avoid you coming back to me and saying, well, Doug, this is untimely. So what is your prescription for me as an operator to avoid that? To grieve in such a way where I'm pretty sure it'll be heard.
Sorry, I was muted. So are you, so I guess playing an attorney right now. No, you know, Doug, when you become aware and you talk to the consultant, you know, and each situation is a little different. Something might be, as Annette said, you know, if we do something, you know, illegal or against the code, you know, you should file a grievance immediately. If it's something where maybe the consultant says, okay, let me go back and talk to the grantor, but they're taking, you know, a long time, you know, if it's, and you're getting up against whatever window that you're at in terms of the time frame, you got to file, you know, file the grievance. And, you know, so whether it's, I forget, is it 45? Oh my God, I'm losing all the numbers. Yeah, it's 45. You know, and that's why extending it allows some time to work some things out. But, you know, and it's up to what everybody's comfortable with. You know, some people may say, you know what, I'm more comfortable getting it to the informal and getting it resolved, where other people are like, I'm going to try and work on it a little bit to get it solved. Again, if something turns out to be repetitive or ongoing, it extends that time frame to, you might not think it's a bad thing, but then as the ongoing or repetitive mounts up, you have a year to say, you know what, it may not have been a problem. You know, something happened February 1, it happened again March 1. You know, it wasn't that big a deal, but it kept happening. And by the time we got to, I don't know, July, it was a real issue, and it's been repetitive, and I want to file the grievance. This 1 year allows, you know, that you're still within that 1 year time frame. And, you know, I think, and again, I keep going back to the clearness and the cleanness of it, you know, you know, it's not adding another, and I'm off topic from what Doug asked, but that's my advice.
Okay.
Most circumstances, I think you're good with, Greg. I really do. I think most things people should realize it's an ongoing problem in a year. I think absolutely 90-some% of the stuff is going to be fine with that. I worry about, and I still come back, and maybe I'm focusing too much on something small, and maybe there's another solution to it. People who are in bad bureau grantor agreements, and they've been in these bad agreements. The example that Tom brought up is just prime. It's a beautiful example where we have a bureau grantor agreement. We may have more than one bureau grantor agreement out there that puts price controls on one of our operators. And the operator's been able to live with that since the time they got in there, but now they're being told they can't raise prices. It's a detriment to the business. It's going to be a long-term harm. And I'm trying to think in a circumstance like that, what recourse the operator would have. There hasn't been a decision or an action taken by the Bureau within the last year. The operator's been there over a year. It's just a bad BGA, and it's gotten to the point where it's harming the operator. He's been fine with it until now, but as prices go up and as things get, you know, sketchier, and you need more dimes to put together to make a business and stuff, it's harming him. And that's
Madam Chair?
Yes.
It's not even that he's been fine with it. He's asked for it to be changed, and he was assured that, well, we're going to be opening up this contract, and the contract is about to expire, and we're going to handle it, and that hasn't happened.
Yeah, so it's just it's an ongoing problem, and this person has zero recourse. Even with the year, they have the year's great, and like I said, I think that'll fix most things. But somebody can be harmed by a grievance not being allowed. They can absolutely be harmed. Their business can be detriment, not only the operator, but if the operator left and we have this bad BGA and no one else wanted to bid on it because of something like that, the program could be harmed. So that's where we're stuck. It's stuff like that. It's, and I know thinking hypotheticals, you can't write a rule for every situation, but that's an example, a prime example, the type of thing we're trying to solve.
Madam Chair.
There is someone else, I think, first. Frank,
Okay.
are you trying to get in, and then? Maybe not. Okay, Doug, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask the Bureau folks, why didn't you get involved before it got this far?
Oh, we can't. They don't. Doug,
So, Madam
Yeah.
Chair, let me answer that.
Oh, okay.
Again, I'll be more than happy to answer that question. We're going to research this. First time I and Sally heard about it was yesterday. I'm not quite sure if the previous area manager in that area heard about it or if it's just a breakdown from the consultants telling us. We are going to look into it. I got to look into
great.
it. Is the issue an economic issue because of the pandemic? Is it a general, we gotta dig into this.
Right.
Again, I'm also frustrated that I will have Sally reach out to the operator. Why he can't pick up the phone and call Sally instead of calling everyone else saying that this is a huge problem that hasn't been dealt with. I don't know. I don't know where the breakdown is. We will follow up on this issue.
Yeah. Well, he contacted his rep.
Yeah,
which is what the chain is supposed to do.
Yeah, I was going to say he might feel more comfortable contacting his representative than the Bureau. So he did pick up the phone and let people know. So, and he probably let his consultant know.
But I appreciate your honesty, Chrissy, and that's all I was asking. Please don't be mad at me.
Madam Chair, I'm not mad at you. I'm not. I'm trying to solve 5 different things at once. That's part of the problem. And I'm already trying to figure out what we can do to help this operator. Again, it might be going in and opening up the grantor agreement, which has some other issues to it. But again, this where I struggle too is I'm not quite sure what action or inaction that we did that, okay, someone filed a grievance on it and we take it. I mean, we can go and support the operator. We can go to the grantor. We can say, listen, this is what we want. They could be unreasonable. I mean, I don't know what, I
realize that, Chrissy. You don't have to give me any more explanation than that. I mean, fact is that you're going to do something about it, and that's what's required here.
And this is the problem, Christy. The action the Bureau did was sign the poor Bureau grantor agreement to start with. That happened a long time ago. And the operators had to live with it all this time. So there's where like I said, that's where the rubber meets the road, right there. When you said what action or inaction the Bureau did, you signed the agreement. That wasn't you, it wasn't Greg, it wasn't probably anyone on this call. We probably had that Tri-C contract in place forever, but it's just
so let's talk about this, Annette. So I hear you, and we're being more transparent in signing these agreements and showing it to you guys before it's signed. But in the same light, again, some of these grantors, they're requiring approval for price increases and all of this that people 5-10 years down the road, could say your action was you signed an agreement that we can't live by. And there are going to be restrictions that, take OSU and healthy vending. We worked with them, we pushed back, we talked to the operators, we talked to everyone, and everyone who's there now understands it and they're fine with it. But 15 years down the road, what you're saying is it's a continuing thing and I never agreed to healthy vending, so therefore I want to grieve that. That's not right either. That opens up, that's scary on the Bureau side on that. I mean, yes, each of these grantor agreements, there are specific things in there, and we could go into a university or college and say, no, we are not agreeing to any price approval. And then they're going to say, well, we're not going to agree to an agreement too. So it's a back and forth thing. And yes, these agreements tie our hands in many things, but it's again a negotiation, back and forth, and it's not we can go in there and do what we want. That's not the thing. Now, again, we can open it up, we can work on it, but.
So, Madam Chair, this is Greg.
Yes.
So let me throw something as I'm, listening to the examples and some things. So part of this, I feel like, is that, we're trying to use the grievance process, which is to solve some issues on some poorly written, some BGA. I don't know, and I probably should be talking to Christy and everybody first. I almost, and this is what I'm hearing, sitting here listening, is that we're trying to use the grievance process to solve something that really the grievance process isn't going to help us with because of the restrictions in terms of it being a BGA and some other things. Is there, I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out too, because I'm like, if there's some bad BGAs out there, you know, we need to start engaging with those grantors, especially as we're going to reopen some of these things, or if there are some of these. I don't have a problem doing that. Am I making sense that I feel like, and maybe it's just the nature of the examples, but
yes, well, that one in particular, if I was in that facility and nobody was doing anything and I grieved it, the ultimate goal of my grievance would be to get somebody to tell the Bureau, whether it be a hearing officer or wherever it ended up. My goal would be that I would get somebody of authority to order the Bureau that this should be taken out of this Bureau grantor agreement, forcing the Bureau to go to the grantor and say, look, we have this order. We can no longer allow this to be in our Bureau grantor agreement, and move on from there. That's probably where it would have to go. If it didn't stop
Madam
before
Chair.
then. Yes, Tom.
Or Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Frank was, go ahead,
I'm
Tom.
sorry, Frank was before me. He can go.
Madam Chair, the only other thing I would say to what Greg was saying is, and it sounds like the agency is going to address it, and that's great, but we've had people in the past who would have heard that and went, yeah, there's nothing, you know, we're not even going to try. We're not even going to bother with it. And then the operator would have filed a grievance and it would have been kicked back as untimely.
Yep.
So,
Tom?
Madam Chair, I think the bigger issue is what I just heard a moment ago, and that's when the program manager just said, if colleges are making us agree to price increases, then that ends, or price approvals, then that ends up in the BGAs. This is no longer a practice that we abandon. This sounds like a practice we're still actively engaged in, and that's a huge concern to me, especially when I don't know what the criteria is that these price approvals are being based on. And the example I gave a moment ago, I know that this is a Pepsi pouring rights agreement, and there have been 2 price increases from Pepsi since he's been allowed to raise his prices, which were already well below market value in the first place. So I think if our program's goal or our program's intention is to move forward with allowing grantors to dictate our prices to us, we're in a lot more trouble than just worrying about the grievance problem.
Okay. No. That's true. So maybe that's something we should talk about at some point, what we're going to do with Bureau grantor agreements, and because there are some nasty, ugly ones out there.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at the federal law right now, and actually several of the things that were just mentioned, such as healthy snacks and some of that, place a limitation on, and price controls set a limitation on the operation of the facility that's actually unlawful. You could possibly have an MOU between the university and a particular operator that while they're operating the facility or for a certain time, they would agree to that, but some of this doesn't belong in the Bureau grantor agreement at all. Healthy snacks should never be in a Bureau grantor agreement according to the federal law here, what I'm looking at.
So, Madam Chair, and we're getting into the weeds. You know,
we are.
In reference to what you just said,
we
you know, prices, that's one thing, but like healthy vending and that, if it's a policy, I mean, yeah, we could take it out of grantor agreements, but the grantor agreement would say you have to follow the grantor's policies. And if the grantor's policy is that they have only healthy vending, then again, it's going to be tied to healthy vending.
Yeah. Well, this is probably a bigger topic. We're going to try and steer it back to Rule 14.
Let's do.
Yeah, because we could talk all day about the poor Bureau grantor agreements that's out there. But steering back to Rule 14, let's try and solve the problem. We've come a long way here. And I think we're very close. We're almost there. Let's try and think of something that the Bureau folks can live with, and that the committee and our operators can live with. We've done it for everything else. We can do it for this. To try and cover these sort of things. I've had a lot of things go through my mind, about being able to grieve something that's detrimental to the business. That doesn't feel right. It does, but it doesn't feel right to put it in the rule that way. And I think it comes about other ways. So let's think
Madam
of some
Chair?
wording. Yes, Doug.
What if we, going along with your thought of putting something together here, as far as language is concerned, what if we took out the part of the operator should have known this was going to happen, and the timeliness of the issue? Why don't we take that completely out of the rule?
Well, we
How do y'all
tried
feel
that.
about that?
We tried that, and
Okay.
the Bureau folks came back and said they would like something in there, and we're trying to negotiate and
Okay.
work with something. So we got it up to a year, which is good.
Yeah.
So we just got to cover this notion of bad things that can be ongoing or something without it being the gray area that Greg's concerned about. Let's think of words or phraseology or something that can cover this problem, and still not be the gray kind of dingy area that Greg has worry over.
May I make a suggestion? What if we specifically put that notion as a coverable item in the informal meeting? That at the end of that meeting, it's clear to the operator and clear to the Bureau that the grievance is timely, that it's recognized as an ongoing issue or not, and these things are taken care of informally. Maybe that would halt a grievance right there. But it would be a mandate that in the informal meeting that these issues have to be covered.
Well, I know what you're saying. I might back it up a second here, and I don't know if I like it as I'm speaking it, but I'll throw it out there.
Just what I did.
Yeah. We moved the employment and the ministerial things up into the mediation area. I almost hate to go here, but I'll throw it out there and just see what people think, because I don't know if I like it yet or not. What about things that aren't timely? Can that go up into that mediation area? And what do people think of that? I don't know if I like it the more I'm talking about it. So
actually, there's one thing about it that could be really good. You could, Annette, so then the person could go back to that meeting date and say, look, we had this informal meeting on such and such date, which was less than a year ago. You still haven't resolved this issue. And then that would kind of, so to speak, restart the clock for that person if the Bureau still didn't address the ongoing, because I think what we're really indifferent about is when something's an ongoing issue, like this person with the contract, whatever, that the Bureau will pacify the operator by promising to resolve the issue, and then when they still don't do anything, that that meeting kind of resets the clock, maybe?
It might. Greg, you guys, we treat untimely things, what things that's beyond the 1 year, like we did the employment and the ministerial, where it gets into that mediation thing as part of the draft. And then everybody can sit down and talk about it and try and come up with a solution.
A plan or a resolution.
A plan, a resolution, something.
So it's Greg.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I lost my protocols there for a little bit. I kept trying to jump in.
No, that's okay.
You know, we're approaching 3 o'clock, so it gets a little.
I know.
So I just want to make sure that we're on so what you're saying is that, you know, we have that language about, you know,
the employment and the ministerial.
Yeah. So you feel like you have something that's outside of the 1 year, and you want to bring that forward and have the sit down. I don't know why I keep going to sit down instead of mediation.
No, that's good. That's
you
good.
You have the meeting, and then if we attempt to informally resolve the issue or attempt to resolve the issue, and that's so then the clock starts then. And
no.
Then,
in the mediation part, Greg, you actually discuss these issues that are in contention.
Yeah,
they are
he said that.
mandated in that formal area to discuss these things, so they don't become an issue later on.
Yeah. But an argument could be made that depending on what happened at that meeting, Greg, that a clock started there because the Bureau could promise to do something and not do it, or there could be something from that meeting that could start a clock. That's true. But the point of that meeting would be still to try and solve the problem, even though it's ongoing and it's out of time. You would at least get people sitting down and talking and try and fix it. Like I said,
Okay.
I can't promise that nothing would come out of that wouldn't be grievable. I you know, who knows? But
Okay. So yeah, I'm glad I asked a couple clarifying questions there. So, okay. So basically it's setting up a process to talk through that. And so if we still said, no, we don't feel it's repetitive or we feel it's outside the time frame, where does it go for, like, what are we saying?
It begins the formal grieving process.
Well, it could.
Right,
I guess it could. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, Derek.
Well, I originally brought this idea to you, Annette, and the idea was that, like Christy has suggested and is correct, is that sometimes they don't even hear about things until a grievance shows up on the doorstep. And my idea was that any dissatisfaction on the part of an operator should be placed into an informal meeting ahead of anything else to try to resolve the issue. I've identified something I'm dissatisfied with as an operator, so the first requirement for me now is to contact the Bureau and say, I would like to informally address this issue. And because we're putting it in the rule, they're required to respond and participate in such an event, informally, with whoever they want, and me with whoever I want. And we try to work it out. And hopefully it gets worked out. And usually it can be. I mean, it was mentioned earlier that for the most part, these things work. The informal meetings do. So then, without any limitations for this or for formal grievances, the incentive is to get it done without the formal grievance. But if, no matter what it is, it doesn't get resolved in the informal part, then it can be resolved through a formal grievance process. I think that in order to get rid of all of these gray areas, the only way to do it is to not set limitations on what an operator or a licensee, I should say, can grieve. And that's how it is in the federal law. There's no limitations on it. It just says anything you're dissatisfied with, you grieve it, and you get an evidentiary hearing for that process, for that purpose. Now, I understand that there's concerns, so I think the concerns that the Bureau has should be addressed by their they're to be made aware of there's an issue, and they're to be required to, and the person with the dissatisfaction are all required to participate in an informal meeting to resolve the issue. And then if there's no resolution, then a person can file a grievance without restriction, which is allowed. There's nothing that prevents that from happening. And it's very unlikely that you're going to get a grievance 10 years down the road on a selection or anything crazy like that. It's just not going to happen. And if it does, it'll be dealt with. I pass.
Pretty good there, Derek.
Great points.
Well, that's
Great point.
where we started at. That's where we wanted to go, I know, but I don't know. Ah, 47. So,
I mean, it's
Madam Chair.
clear. That's what the federal law says. That is very clear.
Yep, it is. But Greg?
So I just wanted to take it back to a little bit about what you and I think it was Laura was saying. What was your, what was your proposal now? Like if somebody brought something forward, I guess I thought it was
almost what Derek said. Almost what Derek said, to try to first resolve everything without the outside of the grievance process and so forth, especially if something is one of these things that the Bureau thinks it's a employment decision or feels that it's an untimely issue or whatnot, to try to address it. Like in the case of my contract, let's just use that as an example because it happened. I had a problem with my permit and lots of things about it, actually, other restrictions too, like lottery and so forth. But I didn't have a lot of money to go hire a lawyer to go file a grievance. So I just kept entrusting because the area managers, 2 different area managers, the program manager, consultants kept saying, oh, we're working on it. We're working on it. But you get to a point where you no longer believe that they're sincere in their efforts to work on it. So I think to have a meeting to go, okay, within 90 days, we're going to put a permit forward to them, whatever it might be, or they disagree with you. You can't really stop somebody from filing a grievance, though, is the issue that Derek was mentioning. And that's, I think, the bigger issue here is that the law clearly states that we have the right to grieve any action or inaction. This time limit thing has been misused by the Bureau to avoid addressing current issues. And so, I mean, it's tough, but I want to handle things informally. I think most operators would want to do that.
So, sadly enough, I don't think we're going to get quite done with this today. We're getting close.
Yeah,
to
Madam
3.
Chair, it's Greg. I feel like we're backsliding a little bit.
Yeah.
And and so we'll take some of what you've been saying, not some, we will go back with what you guys have been talking about. And then, I would appreciate if you guys could have some more discussion and think about some of the things that we said, and
we do,
and why we have where our position is at. Because I'm going to be honest, a lot of these scenarios that we're talking about, the new rules that we've drafted up and are talking about, if we take the action, it would be solved, and it's not a repetitive or continuing thing outside of a year. So I'm just trying to make sure we're thinking about how if we apply the rules and use them to the best of their ability, for lack of a better term, moving forward, that it would take care of some of this. And some of this is a failure of communication on all of us, that things are happening that not everybody who needs to know knows. And, and it's not from somebody trying to sabotage. It's just how, I think some of this is correcting how we handle these things for all of us. You know, I think more so than creating, you know, or some of this last piece of language that we're talking about. You know,
right. Another thing just to throw out there, this just as an idea, and I don't know if it's a great idea or a very, very poor idea, but that might help with the negotiations to fix this. What does everybody think about if we put in the rule that the clocks, the 1 year clock starts on everything at the codification of the rule? So that some of these issues that are ongoing and behind times and stuff could be heard if they need to be. I don't know if that's even possible, doable, or even a good idea, but at least it would give people time who's had things in the past and some of these things we're worried about, a chance to start things at the beginning. Just something to think about. You don't need to answer. And like I said, it may be a bad idea.
Derek?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I was
Derek.
going to make a joke. I think I heard Rick pass out over.
Yeah, he probably did.
No.
Hey, just something to think about. Some of these things.
No,
that's
no,
out there.
I appreciated it. Yeah, no, I just, you know, knowing Rick and the attorney in him, I'm sure he's and it's his last meeting, so you know
I
you gotta
know it
give him
is.
a little gruff.
Derek.
Oh well, yeah, it's an interesting idea, and it may solve one problem, but not others moving forward and all that. It's interesting.
It may not. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it could solve some immediate problems, but not necessarily any ongoing. I mean, problems later on or anything like that. I just wanted to say about the ideas that I suggested. I just want to say that I don't think it should ever be anybody's intention to not want to hear a grievance. It should be their intention to want to avoid them ever being made. And I think a way to help with that is the idea of requiring everyone, when an issue is raised, to address it. And if that doesn't take care of the problem, then we've got the grievance process to fall back on. But it should never, and that takes out the possibility of the Bureau in particular ever looking like they don't want to hear your grievance. I think they should always want to hear your grievance. But because that's messy and costly and all of that, you want to avoid it in one sense, but you still want to hear it. So I think the solution that I've proposed is the best to handle everybody's concerns. I think that's, if we do it that way, that should make everybody happy and nobody unhappy. Because we want everything addressed, regardless. We want to avoid the expense of the formal grievance process, but we don't want to dismiss anybody's issue, ever.
And maybe that's where we go.
Or are we ever required to? That's it.
We shore up, you know, when I did this draft, I changed the title of the rule to dispute resolution and grievances. Let's shore up that first part, that dispute resolution, and make it stronger. And that, I think that can help things. Like Derek said, we should try to avoid grievances, but everything should be heard. Nothing should be thrown away. And if things are dealt with prior to being grievances, Rick, who's here saying counting the clock and counting the minutes, isn't going to say, well, this is a grievance now. We got to get rid of this thing. It's in our best interest to get rid of it. Let's deal with the first part of it, like Derek just said, and try and fix the problem. Require the problem to be dealt with. You can't always fix everything, and you're not going to always make operators or the Bureau either side happy all the time, but at least make a good, wholehearted attempt to try. How we put that in rule, I don't know. But, you know.
Rick could do it as a parting gift for all of us.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, so are we going to wait for some of the language we're waiting on from Rule 3, or are we to go ahead and start trying to get these meetings scheduled? Or?
I think we can start getting the meetings scheduled. We have, you know, all these other rules we can do. 3 should be coming soon. I think we let our constituents know that one has not been voted on yet, but if there's language that comes out, you know, a lot of the generalities we can talk about.
Right.
I don't see why we'd have to wait on absolutely everything until we get these 2 rules figured out.
Yeah, I was going to say, are they going to, for now, with the package, just see the current Rule 14 and we can explain, you know, or, well, yeah, okay, never mind.
I don't know.
Ask about.
Yeah, I don't know where we, right now, Rule 14 is still not done. So.
Right. I will ask if they will consider doing what Mott was suggesting this morning, to just underline rules where there's changes. Well, I think all of Rule 3, there's quite a bit of changes. So I think all of us know that going in. That one, there's a lot of change there. So. Oh,
that underline thing, the strikeout thing.
I don't know if he wanted everything struck out. I think for him, he was just saying where there was changes, if it could just be underlined or something, like, you know. Well, he may have wanted the strikeout, but I don't know that all of that is.
I don't know. That'd be up to I mean, I guess that could be available if the Bureau can do that. You know, I don't want it. I'll tell you, I don't want it in Braille like that. That's for darn sure.
No, I wouldn't. I was just saying, he was just saying, I think he said underlined. I mean, well, he may have wanted strikeout, but I don't know that all of that is. I think he just wanted something that would just, and they could even put a disclaimer in there.
Yeah, Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead.
This is Chris. So we've talked about this. This package, even though a lot of substantive stuff hasn't changed, we wrote it collaboratively to read so much better. I mean, and I think that, and I've talked to Derek in the past and a lot of people, that I think that these rules, you know, every package they morph, and sometimes you're just adding on or taking away. But when we started this process 2 years ago, we're like, how can we make them more clear? And so to redline everything, like everything would be redlined. And I even said to Rick the other day, I'm like, how do we present this to CSI and JCAR, where in the past we've just presented a red line where it wasn't all crazy, but now like the whole entire thing is going to be redlined and pretty much rewritten. So I've got that concern. We did do last year at one point a comparison document, and we can look into that. There's actual programs to do that. I think we can look into that. So we've got that to talk about. The other thing that, again, that I was confused on what Mott was asking, I don't feel comfortable, and we've talked about this as a group, for the Bureau to write like an FAQ or what has changed type thing. Again, the fear of leaving something out. I think that people need to read these rules.
They do, Christy, and I wasn't saying that. I was even going to say, even if you guys just underlined where you know there's changes are, there should still be a disclaimer there that says, you know, we just covered the ones we've seen, that it's up to the individual operator to actually completely read these, you know. But
I'm going to go with what Derek said the other time. It's up to the operators to read the rules and to understand them. And we're going to do meetings and try and explain things and stuff. You start trying, geez, I'm getting a headache thinking about, okay, this rule says this and that one says this and this underline is here and that's over there. That seems to complicate things more so than, okay, here's rule 4, current, here's rule 4, draft. Just look at them and you'll see what the differences are. I don't know. Yes, Tom.
Well,
I want to concur with what you just said. Give the current rule, give the new rule, and then let the discussion go where it's going to go.
Anyway, that's and he was requesting that or asking for that because that's the way they used to do it and the way it had been done for many times. So I'm not saying we should. I'm just throwing it out there. That's all.
Yeah. Oh, I know. You're being a good rep and pointing out what your fellow said there. So yes, Tom.
If I can help Frank direct it back to his operator, there's no point in going through the changes that weren't agreed to by the Bureau. So we might as well just go with the last one that all of us have agreed that we can move forward with. So there's no point in rehashing history that is no longer an option. That's my personal opinion. I don't think it does anyone any good to find out all the things we didn't agree with the Bureau on. That just slows down the process.
I do hope that they're still going to take feedback that we receive from the people we represent when we come back and meet, whenever that is, to actually, take that feedback seriously. And if we need to adjust something or tweak something, we will be able to do that.
And Madam Chair, I agree with Frank. I would hope that the Bureau, I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
Absolutely. Go ahead. No, I was just acknowledging you.
I think that the Bureau, they have agreed that they'll accept some minor changes. They don't want to have the whole rule rewritten, and we'll have to see how it all works out in practice. But I think that we, in our last meeting, asked them, and we guess we can do it again, but if we come back with feedback from our constituents and we say that this is a concern to some people, can we address this with some word changes or whatever? Are you guys amenable to doing so?
Madam Chair, it's Greg.
Yes, Greg.
So a couple things. So Rule 3, we sent a draft to you just in the last few minutes. And I'm not asking everybody to read it, and right now I don't think, but to make sure we keep moving that along, we put the policy information in. I think we got the changes that you guys were looking for. Secondly, if there's feedback, there's concerns, something, we will take the feedback. I think it would be helpful if, and I know this isn't the easiest thing to do because you've got multiple meetings and groups, but if you guys could kind of get together or share with everybody what you guys are hearing and kind of put together maybe even a list for us. I saw some emails this week where some people sent us some feedback from your initials. I think that helped us getting together so that we could even have our answers or get it done and ready to go. I think that would be great and would be helpful for us. When you get when you guys are finished with your meetings and have compare your notes, so to speak, with that feedback. I think, Tom, you said it correctly. I'm hoping that, we're not rehashing every rule and that it's, if there's some big things or some, we've already found a couple typos or some language that didn't make sense. So, but yeah, we can talk some more and listen to what the feedback is.
I'll be honest with you, amazingly enough, even though all of us have gone through these things to where we're probably reciting rules in our dreams, there'll be operators that'll find something pretty major that every one of us, Bureau and OVRC, will agree to that'll need change. Somebody will pick up on something in there that will say, oh, we didn't notice that. So it'll happen, I'm sure.
Madam Chair?
It always does, yes.
I apologize in advance. I'm in transit right now, so there's background noise in a minute. I apologize for that. We're so close on this. I would hate to do, a local meeting to discuss our rules if we don't have Rule 3, and it sounds like we're so close. Or is there a possibility that we can schedule another special meeting that we can review it beforehand, and then vote it through? So that, because because rule three is so important with the selection process.
So, Madam Chair, Rule 3, you just got it in your email, Scott. You guys have it.
Yep, I understand that, Chrissy, but I'm saying, can we schedule another special meeting that we can come back, talk through it one more time, and vote it through?
Why don't we just tell everybody we haven't voted on it, and if there's something that we don't like in it, we can point out to folks. I just killed over on the floor there next to Rick. You asked for another thing.
I understand that. I agree. I mean, we're going to have to vote on it at some point. That's the only thing I was thinking.
We will. And I think we can do it on the 19th. But I think this one rule we can share with everybody. We're close enough. And if we see there's something objectionable in there, we can bring it up. We can say, hey, this hasn't been voted on by the committee yet, but here's kind of where we are right now. And I think we can do the area meetings with that one exception. Rule 14, I don't know what to do about that. Honestly, I wouldn't send out anything for Rule 14 yet to folks. We don't want to send a draft out. We don't want to send a draft out. We don't want to send the current rule necessarily out. Right now, we'll just say we're not there yet. So,
Madam Chair,
yes,
Greg. So, with Rule 14, and I don't want to. I appreciate all the conversation we've had. I just want to make sure we're on the same page, or you understand that I hear where you're going, and I understand Derek's proposal, but I get, and we're working on some language about it, this pre-meeting and shoring it up, but the timeliness, the time frame thing, I felt like we slid back on where we were. We said we understand, and here's where we were comfortable. We agreed to a year, and so I hope we're not. I don't know. I feel like we didn't move in the direction, the same path towards the middle, and so we can. I just want you to understand where our that the no time limit. I don't see as being able to agree to that. That's why we came to you about saying, what's the time frame you might be comfortable with? So I just want to put it out there. I try as I can. I try to move the needle as much as I can on things that I think we can, and I just want to be realistic with everybody that that's probably something that I don't see us being able to agree on that. I just want to be honest on that.
I understand. No, we're on the same page as far as that part goes. I think everyone understands that. We're at the year right now, but we have all that other stuff to figure out, and the dispute resolution part and all those other things. I think we're going to get there somewhere with the draft of it. Would we like there to be no considerations or exemptions? Yeah, of course we would, but we got that you're saying that you can't go there, so we'll get something out there. We'll get it. It'll get done. We'll have something we can all work with. Because right now, until we come up with a rule that we can all agree on, we have the old rule, and I think there's nobody here that likes the old rule, so or the current rule. So,
and it's incentive.
It is.
Right?
It's incentive to get it done. So,
and Madam Chair.
Yes.
Didn't we have, and well, this becomes problematic when the BSVI director changes, but I know in the past I thought we had an agreement with a BSVI director that all grievances that came in would be, I guess the parameters for acceptance, they would use the widest parameters available,
Yes, we did. That was the exact wording, that grievances would always be judged by the widest parameters possible. when it came to timeliness. And at one point we discussed putting language like that in the rule, and it kind of went away somewhere in the discussions. I don't know. But yes, that was definitely basically so that if an argument could be made that it was timely, it would be considered timely. The Bureau would not try to argue against that. If there could be a reasonable argument, hey, this is this is why I believe it's timely, and you know, it's a argument that could be made, the Bureau would accept it. Oh,
just something to think about.
Yep.
Language-wise or otherwise.
So we're going to wrap up here soon, but so everyone starts scheduling your meetings. We meet again on the 19th. And we have some other agenda items to talk about that day, but we'll try and come back with feedback. I think Greg's request that people take notes of what's in their area meetings is a good thing, and try and get that to everybody and share it with folks, so we're not going through everybody's list of notes on the 19th. And talking every little thing. We can kind of talk about it. Well, not talk, but know about it ahead of time, kind of disseminate it and share it with people. So, Bureau folks, when can you get the rules out to everybody? These draft rules, 1 through 13.
Oh, Madam Chair, it's Christy. So again, Rule 3, I just gave it to the OVRC members. So again, if you want to send that to the rest of the people on this call, feel free to
No,
do
send
so.
it to everybody. Send all the rules to everybody except 14, even the most recent draft of 3.
Okay. So I just sent 3 just to you guys because that was special. I will, on Monday, we will organize everything and send all rules, including the draft 3, to all operators. I need to have I need to know who wants them brailled. I know generally, Annette, it's you and Scott. Is there anyone else on this call that wants it brailled?
Me, John
D.
Yeah.
And then we'll look.
Thank you.
I'll look at the preferred format, and we'll find out from the
We'll
consultant.
wrap up. I'm hoping not.
Okay. And then we can get that stuff email and mail probably Tuesday.
Okay.
We can probably get that out Tuesday. I do have concern. I think we just have one person. I'll talk to you offline. Again, the whole disk thing, I don't know about that right now, if we've got the capabilities of doing a disk. So I'll have to look into that.
If they need audio, then somebody may need to call and read them rules. I don't know if that's, if that's how they need it done, then that's how it will have to get done. But
that person is very proficient in Braille, so I'm pretty sure they would accept it in Braille.
Oh, okay. We'll get those out next week. People would say would get them by the following week. We need some time for people to read them. So I would say sometime during the beginning end part, the 11th, 12th, the end part of that week, toward the beginning part of the following week is when people want to schedule their meetings, so that they have time to have them done by our meeting on the 19th. Sound good to everybody, or is there somebody have any other thoughts? Or okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Question to you. Sorry for the noise. Question to Rick and Greg. Did I hear earlier that this is Rick's last day with us? Or did I just misunderstand?
Nope, you heard Greg.
Yep, Rick's leaving.
That's not,
Rick, what?
It's my last meeting with you guys. My last day is not until next month.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you weren't leaving us in total.
So, Madam Chair, he's leaving next Friday's his last day with OOD.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Well, congratulations.
Well, that's what I was afraid of.
Yeah, if you want to see him and you break a law in Licking County, you might be able to see him then.
We'll keep that in mind. Best of luck to you, Rick. And thank you for all your help.
We haven't.
Yes, thank you very much, Rick.
Oh,
thanks.
I don't know though. Rick, we put Rick through the ringer. If we show up in front of him in Licking County, we may be in trouble.
But it's going to be a prosecutor. You're going to be a prosecutor?
No, I'm going to be a judicial attorney / magistrate. So I'll be hearing civil protection orders, initial appearances, stuff like that, as well as helping a couple of the judges there with filling in anything they need.
Well, congratulations, Rick. That's
yeah,
great
congratulations.
If
Thank
we
you.
don't talk
Thank
to you before, we wish you all the luck, and we thank
Yeah.
you for, sitting with us and with all the rules and everything all this time. So.
No problem. Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right. Did anyone have anything else before we adjourn?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Doug.
One clarification. So we want to have these area meetings done by the 19th. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I would even say a day or two before the 19th so that you can disseminate any notes or any feedback out to everybody before the 19th. So, I don't want to put it time limits on everybody, but that ideally that would be a good thing to at least have them done by earlier in that week.
So a follow-up, when are the rules going to be sent out to the rank and file?
Well, they're going to send them next week, Christy said. So probably get them mailed out Tuesday. So by the end of next week, most people should have them.
Right, okay. So schedule something for the week after that, I would think.
Yeah, you want to give people a chance to read them and and go over them and stuff. But all right, anything else?
Madam Chair? Yeah, Madam Chair, this is John. I apologize. I'm also in transit, but I just wanted to put something out there that's kind of scary right now. I just wanted to let everybody know that unemployment fraud has reared its ugly head in my business. I have had 2 claims in the last day, 2 fraudulent claims. So just wanted everybody to be aware that if you see something from the department, the unemployment, that don't be surprised. I was on the phone with my accountant today while we were on break, and they have gotten 3 calls today. One of mine was from my actual employee. It was his name, his last 4, his social, but it was not him. And my accountant said today that she has also got another call with that exact scenario. So it's out there, and it's really, really bad right now. So everybody just be aware. And my accountant advised me there is a fraud hotline number to call. And she also said to make sure that you fill out those forms, indicate that it is fraud, give just enough detail that, either it's not an employee, not one of your employees, or if it is, that it is not a valid claim. Just wanted to let everybody be aware of that.
Appreciate it, John.
Thanks, John.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's Christy, and I had someone else mention that earlier this week to me. So I will get out an email and then have consultants call those who don't have emails preferred format. We'll get out a communication on that with the fraud hotline number, and so everyone's aware. I'm trying to find, again, I don't want to use my own words about it. I'm trying to find a reputable news source where I can send a synopsis of what's going on. Again, listening to the governor's press conferences, I think a part of it is the antiquated system that JFS and the overload of unemployment claims. But yes, there isn't any. We've had staff that have been a victim of it. I've had a family member victim of it. It's out there. It's rampant.
It's horrible.
So
it's really rampant.
Oh, gee. Okay. Anybody have anything else? All right. Well, then everyone have a great weekend.